Everybody, not sure if anybody can hear me already, but hi, Hamilton. I'm assuming that, hey, Dave, if you can hear me, can you make a signal here in the picture from the basement? Okay, very good. So I'm there. Okay. Hey, everybody. Welcome. This is the TSG live talk show. Remember, I said on the podcast this past weekend that I wanted to go live with a call-in thing, but I didn't know when I would have time to do it. Well, I was just kind of hanging out here in the studio and editing a video, and I kind of wrapped up the video that I was editing for now when my friend Sparky hit me up on Facebook saying, hey, I got my internet connection all figured out, because he was having a slight issue last week on his live stream. Well, actually, it's been kind of an ongoing thing. And I told him that he ought to just hardwire everything. That's where you take an Ethernet and you plug that into your computer, and you don't have to worry about all this Wi-Fi crap. Because what happens with Wi-Fi often, especially if you live in a place where other people also live, is that the Wi-Fi will get interrupted by other Wi-Fi signals from neighbors and other people around, having their Wi-Fi on. So if you hardwire your connection with an Ethernet cable or Cat5 or whatever you call it, then that should eliminate any possibility for Wi-Fi interference. So that's what he did. And I'm going to bring him up here on the screen here in a minute, as soon as he's ready, done making fresh air. And then we're going to test his Wi-Fi. And since we're doing this as a live thing, I want to invite people, whoever's on here, I'm going to copy the link in the screen here. If you would like to call in to our amazing live show, you can call in. Use that link right there. All I ask is that you use headphones and put your name on and your camera so that we can see who it is. Because I don't want to have any crank calls this time. So I had some crank calls last month. Well, I had one crank call last month. Some guy called up looking for someone named Mo. I'm like, who's Mo? He says, you know Mo? I said, who's Mo? Mo Lesser? And I'm like, almost got me. so none of those. So anyway, I'm going to bring Dave on here. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm going to bring Sparky on here. There he is. I have got to use the right name or else they won't know who you are.
Yeah, you get that mixed up every once in a while, depending on what way we're talking, right? So
yeah, well, I mean, you're always Dave to me. So, and just, what can I say?
Yeah, it's kind of funny. That's the last name Amy uses for me. So
what does she call you, Sparky?
No.
What is she? Oh, I won't ask then.
PG show, right?
Yeah. Butter wings.
Yeah. So we got Barnabas Junction in the chat saying good morning, because it's probably 12:30 over there in the morning.
Yeah, I was going to say it's early morning over in UK right now.
Yeah, we got Fred Wild, Tree Frog Flag, Joey Buzak, CSXGEET44AC. Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, it looked like CSX. Where did it go? I don't see it now. Was trying to call in here a second ago too. So, but anyway, we're gonna kind of get some. I have that too. I got some kind of little flies in the studio today.
Yeah, fruit flies.
Yeah, I call them butt flies. I don't know why. That's just what I've always called them.
Sure.
Because you expect them. I expect something that small buzzing around to be around someone's butt. That's just me.
Well, here they're fruit flies, and they go to like rotten fruit and stuff. They like the carbon dioxide.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we have fruit flies too, and that's probably what they are. I just call them butt flies because I expect something like that to be buzzing around someone's butt.
Oh, and they're around my face right now. Thanks very much.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe they're attracted to you. Maybe that's why.
Okay.
So anyway, I want to do this as kind of a live call-in thing, and we're going to be keeping an eye on your picture and your audio to make sure whether it's solid or not.
Well, how's it looking so far to everybody in the chat? is my picture. Like normally right here starts going blurry and then it bounces out and then it'll all of a sudden come right back a bit. Usually lasts 5-6 minutes and then goes in and out. So just let me know if in the chat, guys, if the picture goes screwy every once in a while, just throw it up in the chat so we know. So
don't throw up in chat. What are you talking about? That's nasty. Then everybody's going to be throwing up.
So you're saying my audio sucks?
No. Okay. Hey, Paul. Oh, and by the way, Tree Frog Flag Productions. Do you remember Trevor?
Yep.
Up at Roaring Camp and at the Garden Railroad that you busted the water tank on?
You got
by running a train for 2 feet. That's who Tree Frog Flag Productions is. That's Trevor.
That's cool. So the story behind that, everybody in the chat, is hanging out with John for a week. And we go over to the Garden Railroad, and he's like, hey, you want to run it? Trevor's like, hey, you want to run it? It's like, no, I don't run on people's layouts. I tend to break things all the time. And they're looking at it. It's like, dude, you really can't break anything here. It's wide open. There's nothing around. And it was getting close to the end of the day. I just had to back up a locomotive, 5 feet, John?
Something like that. It wasn't very far.
Over a switch, get it out of the way off the main line. So I got the control. I start backing it up. And these guys went past this water tower all day. And I backed up. I took out the water tower, broke the leg off it and the spout off it, derailed my train. And I just, here, take the controls. I told you I was going to break something.
There it was.
Wasn't 5 minutes running.
Right. And I didn't believe you. I didn't think anything was going to happen. So...
Yeah, if I come over, don't let me run trains.
Right, exactly. So in case anybody's watching, if you're interested in calling in, I put the link up in the chat there. So actually, to talk to Paul or Trevor to find out what they've been doing up on the Fern Creek and Western Garden Railroad, that would be kind of cool. Get a little update because they've been doing a lot of work out there, Dave. They got the whole thing redone. Like if you went there today, you wouldn't recognize it.
Oh, right on.
So yeah,
they were working beside the fence in the laneway when I was there doing the what's that called? Where you go back and forth up
the side yard. Which one?
Well, they were doing the logging.
Switchback.
Yeah, they were doing the switchback. Yeah. Was that all done?
I don't know if it's all done now, but it's been done in the past.
Maybe you'll have to get him up here.
Yeah, I haven't been out there in a while. We've been talking about trying to do something here in the next couple of weeks or so. So anyway, I'm going to see if we can get CSX up here and see what's on his mind. Is that all right with you?
Well, so far in the private chat that in StreamYard, he said hi, so he must be ready to go.
All right, so let's bring him up and see what's going on. Hello, CSX.
Hey,
how's it going?
Pretty good. I saw a BNSF H1 last year.
Cool.
Not leading.
That's okay.
Hey, Sparky.
Hey, how are you? I got to remember to unmute myself, I guess.
Yeah.
I love your channel, man.
I hope you're talking to John.
No, he's talking
to
you.
Yes, John, I'm talking to you too.
Thanks very much. Hopefully this wired-in connection, hardwired connection works a lot better. So
seems like
I couldn't believe the download speed that I get on this thing. Like, I don't know if this is actually going to show up, this picture.
So, I'd like to be on your Chasing Trains adventure.
Cool.
Yep.
We had quite an adventure last year, Dave and I.
I heard he chased 4014.
Yeah, but he wasn't on that one.
No.
We went to Sacramento and to Santa Cruz and went to all kinds of places. We even went to Best Buy to go get a new SD card.
Yeah, we went down to Niles Canyon. Niles Canyon was fun.
Niles Canyon was real fun.
Yeah, I got to find a video of that.
I forgot to tell you. Oh, sorry, CSX. What did you say?
Tehachapi? Did you go there?
Not with Dave, but I've been there before. It's quite a cool place. So what else is on your mind, CSX? What are you working on these days? Do you have a layout or you work on models?
No, I don't.
You just rail fan?
I pull it down.
Tell us what your favorite rail fanning moment was, and then we'll go to the next caller after that.
When I caught the Lackawanna Heritage Unit.
Right on. What was the best part about that? Where were you?
Glendale, Ohio.
Nice. Is that where you're from, Ohio?
Yes.
Okay, very cool. All right. Well, hey, thanks for calling in. We're going to go to our next caller, okay?
That's all, folks.
Have a good one.
See you later, bud.
All right.
Catching heritage units always an awesome thing. Like, I don't do a lot of rail fanning for my channel or anything, but I was driving to work one morning and it's pitch black out now. And I just catch this maroon locomotive off to the side, and I was probably doing, and hopefully there's no police officers in the chat or anything, but probably doing about 140 kilometers an hour, so not that fast.
Yeah, that's only about 110 miles an hour or something like that. Yeah, not that fast.
Yeah, it's not that bad. So, but I got to the rail crossing and I actually caught two CP heritage units.
Oh, cool. They were on the same train?
Yeah, I do have I threw the video up on my channel there. So
that's cool. I don't think I've seen that one. But I mean, right. Well, I mean, you know me though. I don't have a lot of time to be watching YouTube. So what are you going to do?
Yeah.
But just like today, I mean, if you hadn't called me, I was editing. You know, I got stuff to do.
Well, glad I could get in your way for that.
Yeah, no, it's fine because, like I said when we first started, I wanted to do another live thing. I really enjoy the instant feedback of talking to people. So I see that new. I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but I'm pretty sure it's New Fenris. It might be. Is it New Fenris? Let's bring New Fenris up and see what he's up to.
If you want to use his real name, it's William.
Hey, William. All right. That's easier to say than New Fenris to me. How's it going, man?
Yeah, no, actually, you had it right.
Okay,
doing good.
Cool.
I thought I saw Sparky on, and I saw you put it in the chat, and I was like, oh, sounds like fun.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Sparky, like you said, wrecking trains. Yeah, I do it almost every time I run my layout. I had last week I'd done a live stream, my first live stream ever on my channel, and decided, well, I'll run the trains and just leave the video up while I was sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I look up and I was like, oh, wait a minute, guys. Like, what? I was like, well, Uncle Fester's about to jump in, and my my new Mikado ran into my 484.
Oh,
Mikado.
Was there any damage?
No, it was no damage. They were just about speed matched, but they just ran into the back of it and started derailing the cars, and then they all just fell over, and I was like, oh, man.
That happened. I have it on video, actually. I went to my friend's house, Kevin Hill. He lives in a place called Hollister, California. They have a garden railroad there. And you can see it on my channel. It's the San Benito Southern. We did a layout tour there. But the video that I'm about to tell you about is putting a DCC decoder into a Shea locomotive, a Bachmann Shea locomotive. And it was me, our friend Trevor, and Kevin. And so the whole thing's is the process of putting decoder in. And at the end, Kevin was running a train around this curved incline on his layout outside. And something happened where the locomotive stopped and he bent over to do something. And then the locomotive started again and all the log cars just tipped over all in a row. It was like dominoes. And you can hear Kevin's dad laughing off camera so hard. It's a funny ass video. It's installing DCC into a 2-truck Shea or something, garden scale. If you have time, it's a pretty funny video.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, the whole time, you know, Trevor's, because what happened was Kevin had this Shea that he wanted to put DCC into, and he knew that I was doing DCC installs over here. So he called me up and he was like, hey, I need help with a DCC installation. I'm like, well, I've been doing a few. So, you know, tell me about the project. He says, well, it's a garden scale Shea. And I know that there's something funky about the garden scale Shays where the motor is right on top of on the truck itself. And I'm like, I don't know how to do that. And plus I've never done an install on a garden scale thing. So I thought, hey, I know someone who has, and that's Trevor. That's Tree Frog Flag Productions on the chat here.
Okay. So
I called him up. I'm like, hey, would you help me and Kevin? I said, we'll just make a video out of it. It'll be fun. So he says, okay. So we met down there in Hollister one day a couple of years ago, and we just had a blast. I mean, it wasn't just him showing you how to do it. We're having little side conversations, and some of it was pretty raunchy. I had to cut some of it out because it was like it would have needed the adults only tag on YouTube. So
that is the thing about shooting videos with you every once in a while. Like I remember you and I in that museum, and I'm trying to get the cab forward, all in the picture, and all of a sudden John stands up behind me, gets over close to the camera, and he's like, "Hey, hoser, you really gonna take that beep 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 picture or what?" I'm like, dude.
no, I think I was narrating the video for you. That's something about how they bought this one at Walmart or something. I don't remember.
Yeah, so keep
I was
John
gonna say-
at least 10 feet away from you if you're going to be doing any kind of videos or shooting videos or something. So
Right.
Yeah.
So, hey, William, are you okay with if I bring somebody else on real quick? I don't know who they are, but there's someone waiting on hold here.
Oh,
Why
no
don't
problem.
Okay, why don't we bring him in and see what's on his mind? See what
All right.
happens.
Sounds
we got
good.
lots of people over in the chat too. You got School Kill River Valley, CP368, Digger Evans has popped in, Joe Rader.
We got Fiddling by George calling
Hey.
in. What's on your mind?
How you doing?
Doing
Hey,
good. What's
I don't
happening?
have time probably, but I've been interested since this COVID thing. I'm honing up my skills and stuff and trying to get communication over the internet going. And I've been thinking about doing streaming or in the back of my mind. I haven't done it, but last couple of days I've been trying to find a streaming. I'm interested in trains. I started T-Track about December. And
Cool.
I just want to thinking about getting involved with streaming, and I figured, hey, I watched you guys last night. It was a recording, but I got your John. I got your text that you were coming live, so I got on, and you said, hey, you want to test this out? I thought this is a really good way to get my foot wet. So I'm just gonna jump right into the deep end and see how it's going. And I want to tell you, Sparky. Your video, what little I've seen so far, is about 1,000% better than what was on the recording I was watching last night, and the sound's a lot better too. So I've long been a fan of doing Ethernet because it's the fastest speed. So anyway, I'll shut up now for a while, and I guess I got myself introduced.
Well, you asking about streaming and stuff like that, John, you're kind of new to the StreamYard thing. How easy was it for you?
It's really easy. You just have to read a few
drink though,
you just have to read a few things. That's all. Read how to do it and just follow the directions. I am a big fan of this StreamYard thing. I can't wait. Not this Sunday, but a week from this Sunday, we're going to do our live TSG live crew lounge show, which is going to be, I think, 5 guys plus me. I'm going to probably try to moderate the thing, talking about doing your model railroading during the pandemic and what they've been doing to stay busy or just how it's affected them. Some of these guys that are going to be talking are serious operators, I should say, who like to do op sessions, and they haven't been able to do that. So it should be interesting to find out how they've been sort of coping or what they've been doing instead of operating. So I'm really looking forward to that. And this StreamYard is what makes that possible, because you can bring, I think, as many as 10 people on the free version, or maybe it's 6, I don't remember, but whatever it is, to be able to do this live and have the instant sort of feedback from the people on the live chat, I think is just dynamite. I think it's great.
So I guess you're not going to share the link with me then, huh? If they're serious modelers and stuff and I come on with a big wig.
Yeah, no, actually, I was going to ask you if you'd be willing to help with moderating that one too.
Oh, I should probably be in there moderating for sure.
Yeah, since you've always been, and you're really good at it. So now don't let it go to your head.
Too late.
Right? You can see it inflating.
Did it go blurry there?
No, you know what? It's so far it's still been very consistently good. So
Yeah, I haven't noticed anybody in the chat said it gone blurry or anything. So
right.
maybe it is better.
So anyway, George, I would say, check out StreamYard. If you want to do it live with other people, StreamYard is a great way to go. If you don't care if you bring in other people, then just use the regular streaming on YouTube and you should be fine. I mean, your picture is good. It sounds like you got your headset and everything all set up. Should be all right.
And George, it's really easy to invite people to come on to your, if you want other people like this to come on, you don't have to put it in the chat and everybody comes on then. You can actually email the link and it's really easy. If you're the host, you just go to copy link.
I got you.
Go over to the email, whatever provider you're using, hit the guy up, send the, just paste the link. Bang, it's done. And all they got to do is click on it and they're in, just like you did for this one. So
Yeah.
It's like we do on Nora's channel, Northern Ohio Railroad Action. We do that. He'll send it out through Twitch, and even Real Wicked Canadian does that too with his live streams. He'll Twitch it out to everyone. You just click in on it. That's why I started using StreamYards too, because I mean it's so easy just to click on it because it automatically goes through YouTube. And I was looking through it and trying to figure out how to bring people up and all, and it looks like it's gonna be easy.
So just real quick, does anybody else who's currently on, either William or George, want to share a link to your own channel? If so, do so now because we have more people calling in.
I don't even
want to get to them.
Yeah, I don't have a.
Sorry, I was just seeing Barnabas Junction on there saying, "Oh, it's too late for me to call in." So I don't know. He must be in his PJs or something.
Yeah. I don't have a channel yet. I was watching you guys and I saw the StreamYard little duck over on the right, and I thought, oh, there's another one. I started trying to set up OBS. I didn't get real serious around March or something, but it seemed like I had a lot of there was so much stuff I could do that it was really hard. And it did look like StreamYard. I did watch a video on StreamYard last night, but I haven't gotten around to get it on StreamYard. All I did was just hit your link, like you said, and I'm in. Okay. So I'll step off if you want. You can drop me off. I'm 100% success. I've done something that I haven't done yet, and I'm pretty happy about that. So I'll just monitor, and if you want me to come back in, let me know or whatever. And
yeah, we'll look forward to seeing what you end up doing, George. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, we got someone else, very special guest coming on right now.
I thought that was William.
Yeah, hang on. Oh,
no, I flipped my camera.
Do you want to plug your channel, William, before we go?
Oh, I was gonna say there's not much going on with my channel right now. I'm still in the process of rebuilding my expansion layout, so I haven't got around. I'm waiting on some stuff in the mail before I start posting some more videos to the channel.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, stick around. You can call in again later if you like. If something comes up that you want to talk about, we're going to bring in somebody else now. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Thanks for calling in, dude. Appreciate it.
Yep. No problem.
All right. All right. Here we go. You ready for the special guest?
Uh-oh.
Sick trains, bro.
Hey, man. How's it going?
You got the man bun going on? What is this?
Yeah, dude. So I'm supposed to go to work right now.
Go to work? What are you talking about?
We had hurricane force winds today.
Oh, I heard something about that.
Hundreds of thousands of trees fell down. So they want me to go in tonight
what are
and drive a dump truck. What?
Oh, right. Do you have the little lights on top so you can pull people over?
Yeah. Yep.
Got to put the bucket up to do that, though.
Well, you know.
Hey, watch it.
Oh, sorry.
You're number one in my book too, buddy.
I'll keep him at number 2.
Me too.
You're just a bad influence, man.
No, not me. No.
I was working at Sears a long time ago, and we had the manager of my department was this lady. She was probably actually very nice, and I'm sure that I would get along with her now as an old person. But she used to do like this. And she would say, read between the lines. Right?
That's pretty good.
Okay, we have another special guest calling in. I'm going to bring him up here. Dude, what are those things? Are those little hamburger candy things?
Yeah, little gum.
Oh, my God. Are you serious right now?
My wife got me a huge box of them.
What? Is she trying to kill you or what?
No. Nope, I've had this for weeks, so it's not.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to finish them all in one day.
Are you going to show us how to make a paint box tonight?
Oh, man, I can't. I don't have time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's bring – oh.
if you read this book,
Done in a day. Isn't that a Peli Soiborg book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's inverted my camera.
Yeah,
it's
it looks
got
fine
some-
on our camera.
It's got some good stuff in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, hey, I'm going to bring up another special guest. You ready?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
There he is.
Yeah, you're
Great.
You're clipping a little bit. What are you,
I can turn
a
the gain
microphone
on.
or what? Look at this guy.
Is that
Look
good?
at this microphone.
Wow.
And he's got the bass really in there too, so he's really trying to get that. I'm an old guy. Look, you
I'm
got to
not
listen to
doing
me,
any
right?
You, that's just me.
Yeah. No,
Wow, look at
Paul
that.
has a deep voice. That's why he runs security over at the Fern Creek and Western.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's right.
You ought to see this guy in action. There was some drunk guy. Well, I think he was drunk. He was on something. Who came into the yard on the Garden Railroad off the street, and he was like walking around on top on in the scenery. And Paul comes over and says, "Sir, you have to leave." The guy's like, "But there's some knocked over cows I need to fix or something." The guy was jacked up on something. Paul's like, "I understand, sir, but you still have to leave." And the guy left. Couldn't
Right.
He
believe it.
left. He was
Paul was
really
leaving.
drunk and he was trying to look out for me, but he wasn't being very helpful.
No, not at all.
No.
Now is that Eric's place? Eric.
That was at
Yeah.
Eric's place.
Eric's
Yeah.
place.
So what is this microphone, Paul? That thing's huge.
Oh,
That's
it's
what
just
she
a
said.
warm audio condenser mic.
Is it Super Pro or what?
Yeah. It's expensive.
Oh, okay, cool. I'll have to come over and borrow that someday.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
You might not get it back.
Right. Well, yeah, it might get you might get jumped.
He might kick you out of the yard too, eh?
We know all about that.
We know all about that.
But that's for other reasons.
Yeah.
Unknown to us.
Right.
Well, anyway, I gotta head out because I gotta go to work.
Are you actually going out now, huh? Didn't you do a full day today already?
No, they sent me home early.
Oh, because they knew they were going to call you back in, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, be careful out there. I mean, if it's that
All right.
windy, you never know.
Hey, as long as you don't own the truck, drive it like you own it.
Yep.
Well,
Drive it like you stole it.
Yeah, that's right.
drive it like it's rented. They say
Drive
nothing
it like you stole it.
forms like a rental.
Yeah, I don't want to hear nothing about rentals right now because I have one.
Why do you have a rental?
A rental car. I woke up this morning, did my normal routine, getting ready to go to work, get in the car, hit the button to start it, and it just goes like, what the hell? So I ended up jumping it. Not a problem. I got a little battery jumper here in the house. Threw that in the back seat, drove to work, engine lights on the whole way. Get to work, shut the car off. Half hour later, started it, starts right up. I'm like, all right, right on. Go back out at first break about 2 hours later, won't start, just deader than a doorknob. So I get the battery charger from work out, charge it, start my car, call the dealership, gonna bring my car in. They're like, yeah, okay, no problem. I get in the car, drive it to the dealership. Halfway there, the engine light goes out. I'm like, oh, great. I get there, talking to the lady about it and stuff like that, go back out. They start the car right away. It's like, there's nothing wrong with it. They put it on the machine, nothing wrong with it. It's like, yeah, there is. So I have to do a check on the car, and it's basically everything that they found that's wrong with it is about $2,700 worth. I said, just fix it all. Do it. It's there. So,
Well, I mean, you're right. If you need it, you need it, right?
well, if it's not broke today, it'll be broke tomorrow, right? So,
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know, I have a little tire, low pressure tire thing on my dashboard, and it came on, and I keep my tires. I have an air compressor. I keep my tires all the time because I know that it helps with fuel efficiency. And so I checked them, and they're all fine. Well, it stayed on. I tried to reset it. I don't know how to reset it. It won't reset. So I put a piece of tape over it. So you can't see it anymore.
yeah, the wheel sensor will be shot in it.
Yeah, but I think the wheels, the pressure sensors, messed up somehow. And it's not, I mean, I didn't have the tires changed or anything. It just started malfunctioning.
I think the batteries in those die. Like inside the tire, I think they die.
Oh, maybe that's what it is. Yeah. I don't know. So I just put a piece of tape over the light on the dash.
That happened to Trevor and I when we were driving to Niles one time. His warning light came on, but there was nothing wrong.
That is so strange. Did it
Yeah.
go away?
Yeah, I think, but by the time he got home, it was gone. He had his car in to get it checked out, but it never amounted to anything. So,
Anyway, I gotta go.
Yes. Thanks for
Take
calling,
care.
Alvin. Be careful.
Take it
Okay,
easy, bud.
bye.
See ya.
Yeah.
So, Paul, since you're the only guest left, you need to tell us about what's happening with the Fern Creek and Western.
okay, sure. We were there today, and well, we've been spending the past 8, 9 months, 10 months, a year at this point, just rebuilding everything that we basically can't do any operating sessions, can't have any open houses due to COVID.
Right.
So we've just taken this time, and everything that we've wanted to change, but we've been like, oh, we'll just put that off and do it next year. We're doing it now because we have the time, and we have extra time now because Trevor decided not to go back to college in Oregon. So he's here just
Right.
working at Roaring Camp, and I'm not working. So he and I go to Eric's house every week, and we rebuild and add and make the track longer.
Yeah, Paul, the one thing I do remember quite a bit that you guys were just working on when I was there was just when you go in through the gate on the laneway on the right-hand side, it was that switchback. That was going to be a logging mill or something like that. Is that complete now?
Yeah, we completed the driveway section of it. So the lower yard, the switchback, and then the upper log camp. That's all pretty much done. And next time we go back, which will be about Monday, we're gonna rebuild the grade from the backyard all the way to the front yard, because right now that's just all flex track that's sitting on no roadbed. And then we'll have a connection to the main line from the log line.
Very cool.
The cows are all okay on the front yard now. Like the one guy was obviously worried about it, but John's got to stop playing with them when he goes over there. So,
right, yeah, no, we keep a very high profile on our cows. We want to make sure all of them are standing, and every time I get there, that's the first thing I do.
You check the cows?
Yeah, because 1 or 2 is always tipped over.
Right. What's those damn cow tippers? They come out at night.
That's right.
Right? That's a thing out in the country. You get so
I know
bored
it is.
that's what you do, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
well, if that's the worst thing they do to the layout, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it looks like we have someone else. Are you okay, Paul, if I bring somebody else in real quick?
Absolutely. You
Okay.
can kick me off whenever you like.
Well, Paul, I do have another question for you for that,
Yeah.
because I have been there and seen the layout and stuff. But
Sure.
your garden layout, or the garden layout itself, is mostly in the front yard of this place. What keeps it from being vandalized all the time?
That's a good question. The
The machine gun turrets on the roof help.
Right. Yeah. That street is in just the right part of Santa Cruz. I mean, Santa Cruz, it's only like a little more sketchy near downtown, but we're in a quiet enough area that it's all right. So tons of people walk past and tons of cars go by, but it's not obvious too much that there's a railroad there. So unless you're really looking, we don't leave any buildings out either.
Well, Trevor was telling me that there were some people that have walked by recently while you guys out there working saying, when did this get put in? And these people live in the neighborhood.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
absolutely. We raised it up about 2 feet higher. It loops over itself again. And it's now at about the height of our front fence. Before it was all much lower, so you couldn't really see it unless you looked down. But if you can now catch it out of the corner of your eye, if you're just walking past. So some people are like, I've lived here for 40 years and I've never seen this railroad. And we're like, well, it's been here for 6 years. So
I think they don't believe you.
yeah, no, one guy didn't believe us at all, but that's his fault.
Well, I guess that would be one thing that was somebody else's fault then.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
Today, Trevor said it was his fault. So
something was Trevor's fault?
yeah, and he
that's different.
Didn't even think about the joke. And I was like, oh, this wasn't my fault this time.
He still won't get that.
No, you won't admit it.
Well, Paul's talking about how the Garden Railroad is in a nice part of Santa Cruz, but Paul and I have been into a really bad part of Santa Cruz once.
We have.
Yeah. But anyway, we can talk about that later. I'm going to bring somebody else in real quick here.
Yep.
So are you going to go off, Paul, or you want to hang out?
I mean, unless you want to ask me anything else later on, but I'll hang out for a bit and listen, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. If you want,
Yeah.
whatever you want to do.
Sure.
By the way, anybody who's calling in, if you want to just go, that's fine too. You can dismiss yourself off the channel. I'm having a hard time taking people off because I feel like I'm being rude. So
yeah, anybody that comes on, if you want to leave, on the bottom of the screen, there's a big red X that says "Leave the studio." You just do that, and away you go. So,
yep.
And we're all sitting here going, "Where'd you go?" Hey,
I'll be in the chat if you want to ask me about anything. I'll just come back. How about that?
Okay, sounds like a plan. Thanks,
all right.
Paul.
Take care. Nice to see you again, Sparky. Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's bring Heath on real quick. Hey,
Heath.
What's up, dude?
All right.
I don't know that I really have anything to say. I just figured I kind of wanted to check in with Sparky to see how his internet's going.
Well, I think it's going all right.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks really good.
He took the advice of a professional. I don't know who that was. And got the hardwire, got the Ethernet plugged in, and it's been solid this whole time.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody told him that it wasn't possible, and sometimes you got to figure it out anyway.
Yeah.
So John, you were pushing for it, and then I'm getting messages all the time from Heath of, well, you got to do this. Take a picture of this box. Take a picture of that. Can you do this? I called Rogers for you, and I'm like, really? You did that?
Well, I didn't technically call Rogers. I posted on Reddit, and a representative from Rogers replied to my Reddit comment.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
What's Rogers? Is that your cable out there?
Yeah, that's my provider here. So.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah, we've got Rogers or we got Bell, basically. That's the two big ones.
Yeah. Rogers is definitely the Goliath in Toronto, that's for sure.
Yeah. It is here too.
Are you in Canada too, Heath?
No, I just I've done some work up in Toronto, so.
Yeah, because I thought you're from New York, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. New York City to Toronto is a pretty short little trip. So I've taken Porter Airlines up there, and it drops you right on the island near Toronto, and you come in, you could work the day and then head right home.
Right.
So I did that a couple times. And the Rogers stores and stuff are just everywhere when you get there.
Well, you ever do it again, Heath, let me know. I can pick you up. It's about an hour and 10 minutes for me. So.
I'll fly into whatever that other airport is, though, because you said that one's closer.
Well, we've got Hamilton, Kitchener, and the big one in Toronto. So
yeah.
Isn't the traffic real bad though? The automobile traffic trying to go to Toronto really bad?
Yep.
They've got the train now though from the main airport into Union Station, which is a really pretty quick trip. If you're coming in for work or just to hang out.
And then you can take the GO train the rest of the way too. You can actually bring the GO train right to Kitchener. So.
Very cool. Yeah. So I got a question since we got you on here, Heath, because I haven't had a chance to watch a lot of the videos on your channel, but I was interested, and if you don't mind, I thought it was a really cool concept, how you came up with the whole idea of humanity, where city is part of it, because you described it in one of your videos being where the city meets the technology meets the humanity or something like that. I wonder if you could talk to people about that a little bit since you're on here.
Yeah, sure. No,
I thought it was kind of shitty,
Yeah, it's episode 9 on my channel if someone wants to look. But basically, I used to work for an architectural lighting design firm, and they, found out about this open proposal thing that the city was doing, and it was to redevelop the lower part of Manhattan. And a couple of my friends and I talked about how can we sort of integrate technology, but still sort of maintain the people that are a part of it. And, our concept kind of came up with this idea of that the kiosks would be shaped like people, and that, people would be interacting with these people kiosks, but the kiosks would actually be, your typical touchscreen kiosks. So the project never really took off for us. I don't know if the city even did the project at all, but we eventually just decided not to do the project at all. But we kind of come up with this name of, human city, but where the city is kind of inside the humanity. Is it the people that make up the city, or the city that makes up the people? And just sort of the play on that. I just noticed my logo is covered, but if you look at that's the wrong thing to grab. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you see my logo is basically like the H with the city inside of it. And one of the things I'm really interested in is just how humans interact with technology, and what's that about, and what's that like. So a lot of this sort of came out of that. Like, here we are, two humans interacting on opposite sides of the United States through technology. And it's like, how personal is it? How, how messed up is it because it is through technology?
Right.
So where is kind of the humanity? And like, I view this city as kind of like the bricks and the concrete and the sort of the technology a little bit as well. And, how do we all fit in to all of that?
Yeah, it's interesting too. When I was working on my psychology degree, and I can't remember the specific field, but there is a field in psychology that deals with exactly what you're talking about, with how people interact with machines and with technology. And it's not industrial psychology. That's it. That's, working at the workplace and getting people onboarded and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm sure it must exist, especially in this day and age. I'm a huge fan of things like Buster Keaton's Modern Times, where he gets pulled into the machine, and just all of that sort of, when we change as a culture and new technology gets brought in, how do we interact with it?
Right. Oh boy, they get weird now.
I just noticed you had a super chat over there. So, Andy Ambrose, thanks very much. I like those pop-up live streams, but would prefer to know when they are on in advance so I can stay up to watch.
This
one, like you said at the beginning, was just kind of like a fly-by-night, see how my internet was working and stuff like that. So, we noticed back on track, or on track Tuesday wasn't on tonight. So.
Yeah, I mentioned on the podcast, I'll go back because I said this a long time ago, 40 minutes, whatever, when I started the stream. I said that on the podcast, I wanted to do more live things like this, but had no idea when I'd have time to do it. And Dave Sparky called me up earlier saying, hey, I got this thing wired up and I want to test it. So I thought, hey, why don't I just do that live thing now? Because I got, nothing else really going on. I mean, I could be working on something that I'm editing. But, are you guys okay if I bring somebody else on real quick here?
Absolutely.
Okay, because we got Fred down in what we call the basement here. Let's bring Fred on here and see what's on his mind. Hey, Fred.
Hi.
Fred.
What's on your mind, sir?
Really, all I'm doing is testing my connection with this camera.
Okay.
But
that's all Sparky's doing also. So
I'm using a HDMI converter to take the camera into the computer rather than using an actual webcam.
Looks pretty good.
But thought I'd say hi.
Yeah. It's a little bit dark. You might want to put a light on whenever you do what you're officially doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty well backlit right now. I don't have a whole lot of front light, so.
Can I tell you, pro tip? I got to show you this thing. It's not on right now because it's actually bright in here because of the ambient light from outside. But check this out. This is a little LED light that I keep just up here on top of my desk. And whenever it gets dark, I can turn just this on, just up here, and it lights me just fine. I've even had people say, wow, your light looks really professional. And it's just that stupid little LED thing.
Nice.
So you probably don't need too much.
Turn it on. Let's see it.
I was going to say having the window and stuff backlighting there probably isn't helping a whole lot.
Does that help at all?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I got a light to my. I just thought I actually have a light right to my side here, and I'm bouncing it off the ceiling in the room.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Direct on me.
I just bounce it off the ceiling.
Yeah,
but it is, it's about a foot in front of where I'm, or maybe 2 feet in front of where I'm sitting though. So, but yeah, otherwise it looks pretty good though. This is the human sound check.
Yeah, exactly.
Does anybody else want to test their audio here?
It's funny you say that. I'm just using the mics on my earpods because I wasn't sure like what this would sound like going through StreamYard, and I'm not sure how to get it set up to go through OBS through StreamYard. So I don't know, like, without the noise gates and all that stuff, what would happen. So
I think that's the one good thing about StreamYards, and I kind of explained this to John last time we were doing it too, because he always puts in headphones and little speaker mic and stuff like that too. With StreamYards, you don't need it. Like, I've got my mics right in front of my speakers. My speakers are on so I can hear you guys, but it's not picking it up at all. So there is something in StreamYards that blocks out any kind of a loop type thing, unless now if I keep
as you don't have YouTube on.
Well, yeah, don't have YouTube on because then you get a constant feedback, right? But I'll turn these up all the way, my speakers, and now I'm still talking, and you guys might start hearing a little bit of sound coming back from you.
Yeah,
I'm also using a Yeti mic though, so. But I got these turned down a little less than halfway. I can hear you guys perfectly, and it doesn't pick it up. So.
Yeah, so I just switched mics, so I'm curious if you can hear it now.
Yeah, sounds better too.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, it's a AT 2021, Audio Technica shotgun mic. So hopefully it sounds better.
I thought the 2021 was one of those condenser mics, kind of like this Samson one.
No, so this is the 2020.
Okay,
right here. The 2021's a little short shotgun mic, a little like lipstick shotgun mic. So they're in the same series, but two different things.
Yeah,
but
very cool. I've been really, really happy with this guy, the 875. Remember, we've talked about that before.
Yeah, we have.
That's a great microphone. And I got 3 of these. So
it's twice as much as the AT 2021, which is kind of how I ended up with that AT 21.
Okay.
So this should be this mic now. So I don't know if it sounds any different or.
It sounds like it's a little more muffled here. Yeah. No, it sounds good. It sounds like it's right here though, which is actually there's no echo from behind, ambient echo or whatever from behind you.
Yeah, I mean this should be better because it should be eliminating more of the other sound. So
sounds
I mean
better.
This is what I use to record all my videos on, so hopefully it's half decent.
Yeah, no, sounds good. That's what I was saying on my podcast last weekend, that I like your videos. I mean, your production quality is good. I was wondering, and I kind of mentioned this, I kind of alluded to this at some point, that I wanted to ask you. Since you're here, I'll ask you, are you just using a webcam? Because I have noticed that the iris automatically opens and closes depending how close you are or how far away from it you are on your video.
Right now, my face cam is a 5D Mark II, and I'm using something called Siphon to get it into OBS.
Okay.
Siphon's a little bit like NDI, older technology, but no. So it's a full frame DSLR sensor that
that's Canon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a Canon. Yep. Yeah. So I've got it on automatic, which is why it changes as I move around, because I've got these different lights, so sometimes I'll have different lights on. I should probably set it to manual and figure out what the good setting is, but
I don't know about DSLRs, but with camcorders, what I do is I have just a thing up here on my desk, and I'll set the camera on that. It's not even on a tripod, like at the beginning of my product spotlight or N Scale Friday shows.
Yep.
And I'll get it to where I think it looks good, and once I think it looks good, I'll just hit manual to lock it where it is.
Yeah.
That way it doesn't come in and out like that. But whatever. Yeah. It's up to you.
That's what I should do. It's on manual focus. So it only focuses in this plane. But it will sometimes adjust the iris and stuff. But I think sometimes too, it could just be which lights I have on. Sometimes too makes it different. Because sometimes I'll forget to turn one on. But yeah, I mean, I do have a let's see, USB webcam. This is the webcam.
Yeah. That also looks good.
This is actually a 720p Logitech webcam.
Probably looks good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's your lit, right?
Right. I have enough light to offset the problems. And then I have Fred mentioned he was using an HDMI capture device. I do have an Elgato HD60 for my overhead camera, which isn't on right now, so I can't switch to it. But
right.
Yeah, I've got a Canon there. I've got a Sony there. I've got a GoPro here.
Sounds like my studio.
I got this mic here. I got another mic here. I got the mic on my earplug.
That's so funny. Yeah, I have 3 cameras within reach, and 1, 2, 3, 4 microphones.
Yeah. I'm jealous of that 4K camera you just got. I'm assuming you got 2 of them too, because that's just what you do.
Had to record with one of them, right?
Right. So
the unboxing was a little bit of acting on my part. I'll admit, I have a confession. I acted a little bit.
I want to get the Blackmagic Pocket Camera 6K just because I've got all these Canon lenses for my Canon DSLRs. So that's a $2,500 6K camera, 6K video camera that uses Canon lenses. So
that would be awesome. Boy, can you imagine what you'll be able to do with that thing? I mean, 4K is stunning enough, but you start getting into even higher, man. You could make real movies with that.
Yeah, well, and people do.
Yeah, they do. I think most of the sort of production studios for TV and stuff use 8K. Wow. I think. Can you imagine the computers they need to run that, to edit that stuff?
Well, I was just going to say, it really depends. If they know what their output is going to be, they shoot in whatever that's going to be so that they're not wasting storage space. And, I mean, it takes some beefy darn computers to edit that stuff. So
big studios can afford the beefy computers.
Yeah, that's true too.
Yeah.
Now, one thing I want to mention, it's come up a couple times in other people live streams and stuff like that about wind noise. Mm-hmm. And John, you probably got that stuff sitting close by you maybe or whatever, but John set me up with this kind of little muffle thing. It goes right over top of the mic.
Yeah.
And any wind or anything else, that muffles it right out. So when I'm outside doing videos and things like that, you don't hear any wind whatsoever. So
not no mo.
Yeah. I mean, even on this, that little thing on the mic is a little wind thing also, a little pop filter to kind of block that. But yeah, it's amazing the difference just a little piece of foam or something makes.
Felt or fur or whatever it is. So
yeah, absolutely.
One of the first things I did with these XF400 was to put the fake fur over the microphone so that we don't have the wind noise. So
yeah.
Anyway, we got somebody else trying to call in, so I was going to check with you, Fred. Did you get a satisfactory sound check? You good to go, or do you have anything else on your mind?
Well, you guys have been talking about video work, and several years ago, my younger brother and I did some 48-hour contests where we had to film, produce, etc., a 7-minute film, and I remember the amount of time it took to do all of the editing on all of that, and it was nice shooting with a higher resolution camera that you could actually render it down to less because you could actually zoom in without losing pixelation.
Yep.
I gotta go. So
okay, thanks for calling in, Fred. Hope good luck with all your streaming and your video work.
Thank you for helping me.
You are very welcome. See you later.
Nice to see you, Fred.
I'm going to try to bring in Hamilton, but it looks like his picture's been kind of sitting still for a minute.
Uh-oh.
You ready? Here we go. Hamilton.
Hey, John.
Oh, you are there.
Doing?
Doing good. Yeah, you're sideways. What's going on there?
Honestly, I like to show my face because I'm a street racer. So whenever I kind of pop online, the cops are kind of trying to find out where I am and stuff.
That's why your camera is sideways?
Well, not exactly. I'm just trying not to show my face. I'm working on some models right now.
Oh, what are you working on?
A Aristocrat 260. I don't know how to get the motor running.
Oh,
So I'm taking it apart.
cool.
YouTube it. It's got to be out there. How to put a motor in.
Exactly.
Well, I'm trying to get the old one running. I'm trying to keep everything original, but I can't seem to get the motor to work.
What scale is that?
HO scale.
Oh, okay. Very cool.
Yeah. Have you visited any clubs lately?
As a matter of fact, I actually have visited a club lately. It was a week ago this last Saturday. I went to Silicon Valley Lines, which is one of our local clubs here. It's the one that's closest to me that has a focus on operations. So what they were doing there that day, the reason I went, is it related to the next episode of Model Railroading 101, which is coming out in about 3 weeks or 4 weeks or something. They do remote operations where they have their operators operating from wherever they live, except for a couple or a few that are there on site in order to maintain social distancing, because that's still in effect with our health department here. And the video that we're working on is all about their remote operations. And the theory or the theme is that we want people to be able to pick up some ideas from what they're doing so that they can do it wherever they live. Does that make sense? So
yeah, that's a really interesting way to keep it going during COVID.
Absolutely. And I thought what they were doing is pretty cool. So
yeah, I'm a part of the Columbia Gorge Model Railroad Club. I don't know if you've heard of it or not, but we're up in Northeast Portland. And we've created some sort of sign-up system to kind of regulate the number of members that come in on Tuesdays to work and keep the layout running.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's cool. I think I've seen that layout on someone else's video. Is it a pretty big layout?
Yeah, actually to run a train, fully run the layout, it takes around 2.5 to 3 hours, depending on how much traffic you have.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
It would be really nice.
Sorry, is it based on your area too?
Yeah, we only modeled the Columbia Gorge in the 1950s era.
Yeah, I think I have seen that one. Seems like a pretty cool layout.
Yeah, we have open house. Well, we were going to have an open house in November, but yeah. Every year we're open in November to the public, every weekend. And we get around maybe 10,000 people on a good weekend. So it'd be nice if you guys came around. I could probably give you a tour also.
Yeah, that could be cool. That's one of the layouts that I've seen that eventually when I get up to your area, I almost certainly will be looking to at least see it, if nothing else. But I'd even like to do a layout tour for the channel of something like that. So that could be cool.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
I could definitely help you out with that.
Okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind. I'm going to see about, is there anything else on your mind, Hamilton? I'm going to see about bringing Andy in because somebody else down here is waiting. Andy from UK is waiting to talk.
Oh, yeah, no problem. If you have any questions, I'll be back.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for calling in. Let's bring Andy up.
Bye.
Thanks, man. Okay. I think Andy's, let's see what happens. Looks like he wasn't looking. He's looking down at something. Uh-oh. Looks like Andy may have.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Andy may be having some technical issues there. Oh, he disappeared.
Uh-oh. He mentioned in the chat that last time he tried joining, he had some technical issues as well.
Oh, okay. Well, last time he called me, it worked. He didn't have. It was funny.
Or he said he had his YouTube still on or something.
Yeah.
He hadn't
maybe
that off. Yeah.
Did you see my first live call-in thing like this that I did last month? Andy was.
I missed it.
Okay. Andy was the first caller ever I'll never forget this. This might be on Jeopardy someday, so everyone watching, pay attention.
Yeah, I bet it will be.
So Andy calls in, like, "Oh, hey, Andy," and I think the conversation was like, "So, what's on your mind?" He says, "Nothing." He says, "I just wanted to call in." I'm like, "Oh, I thought maybe you wanted to talk about something." I just laughed. That was funny.
Well, we got a few people out in the chat that do have cameras and have been on them, so they want to come up. Unless I got to start calling them out. But we got John 2618 out there. John number 2 was out there for a bit. Just Nate was out there. So
yeah,
you guys can come on up for a few minutes, say hi, check out your audio and your video, see if it's working good.
Yeah, it's the human sound check show. Why not?
Yeah. So John, are you thinking about purchasing StreamYard, which would allow you to have more people on it at once? Is that like the future vision of this live talk show?
I don't really know. And because it's kind of expensive. I mean, I looked at their plans, and the only one that I would want, if I was going to pay for it, is the most expensive one. And to be honest,
because you want to go up to 1080p and everything.
I
right?
want to go to 1080. Well, I mean, you know me. I don't.
I know. I agree.
I know you understand.
I think Sparky says he'll pay the other half.
I wouldn't ask him to. Well, you mean you're going to pay half and Dave will pay the other half?
No.
Damn, that's nice of you guys. It's not even my birthday yet.
Well, the only thing I'm looking at with the paid version is like you can only get so many people up on the chat anyway before everybody starts talking. Like we got 3 of us right here now, and it's happened a couple times. Both of us are talking at once, and it blocks people out, like or it cancels out the chat altogether. So people.
That's because you talk too much.
Yeah, I know. But you really need 20 people on a chat screen. You'd never hear anything, right? So,
you can moderate it more. You could, John would just have to moderate and kind of call each person out a little bit more specifically.
Right, exactly. The reason why isn't to get more people, Dave. It's to get 1080.
Yeah.
And because I can do 1080 now. I got my internet to a point where it'll not comfortably and not overwhelmingly, but it will do 1080 up. So
I just got to do this. I got my internet up and stuff. It'll do 1080. Oh boy, you just got yours hardwired. Ha ha.
Yours is faster than mine, so I don't know why you're making fun of me.
Something to do.
Yeah, here, hold on. I got something in my eye.
I couldn't believe how much work it took to convince Sparky to hardwire his computer, though. It was a lot of prodding and poking.
Yeah, well, he probably enjoyed it.
Here we go.
I would ask him a question, and his answer would be, Amy says. And I'm like, oh.
Hey, at least he got his priorities.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Yeah, he's got his priorities straight. It looks like Andy's back. Should I try to bring him in? Let's bring Andy back. You ready, Andy? Okay, here we go. Hey, Andy.
There he is.
What's on your mind?
Hello.
Oh, it's hard to hear you.
How about this? Is that better?
A little bit. What's on your mind this time? Do you have anything on your mind this time, or is it nothing?
No, there's still nothing on my mind.
Okay.
My mind
That's what I expected.
My mind is always a blank.
It's
a blank sheet that you can work with.
Mine can't even be worked with. It's just blank.
No, I've had a technical problem here. I just dropped off the net altogether. I don't know why.
Yeah, I tried to bring you on a minute ago, and it showed you like this, looking down at something.
Yeah.
And then you disappeared altogether.
Trying to see whether I've tripped over some wires and pulled something unplugged or not, but no, it's not.
Yeah. So it's got to be after midnight over there, huh?
Yeah, it's 1:35 in the morning.
Wow. You're a bit of a night owl, or did you just see that we were coming on and stayed up all night?
I have been a bit of a night owl, but since the NMRAX first started, I've just got into a totally different sleeping pattern. So
did you stay up and watch all the shows? I
watched every single minute of it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I did. I did a couple of clinics myself.
Yeah.
On the layout here, but because I'm in lockdown, I've been locked down for nearly 6 months. we've just got an increase in the infection rate again, so I might still be locked down. And my main layout is in my office at work.
Oh, wow.
So
How far away
You
is
can't
that?
get to your layout.
yeah, so in the 6 months I've been at home, I've built a completely new layout around the bedroom. So
Oh, well, that's
Same
cool.
scale as what's at your office, or a different scale?
yeah, HO, same.
Yeah.
Same.
So you're in the UK, but you model HO, not
Yeah.
OO.
No,
Double
HO, American HO.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of people in the UK and actually in other parts of Europe that model Western United States railroads. It's a big deal for people. I think that's
Yeah.
kind of cool.
I think one of the big factors is the scenery you've got over there. You know, look at the Rocky Mountains, the Cascades,
Mm-hmm.
the Sierras. You've got probably some of the most beautiful places on the planet Earth. And run a model railway through the middle of that lot. Brilliant, you know.
And it's all on fire right now.
Yeah, that's a shame.
I've been dealing with basically what looks like a yellow sky or a brown sky all day. This morning I woke up, I came out, I looked at it looked overcast. You know, like it might rain, but it was brown and not gray. That's how bad the smoke is here. It doesn't. When you smell the air, it doesn't really smell like smoke. And I think what's happening is all the fires are blowing up high, blowing the smoke over us. So it's kind of nasty, really, right now.
Is that all the gender reveal fires?
Yeah, you know the
same
story.
thing. Yep.
Well, it's the same thing. I mean, actually, no. The gender.
Well, the news today.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was gonna say the news today. There's an article that they say a gender reveal started the latest California fires, but I wasn't sure if it was those or different.
I thought that was a Colorado fire, but
maybe it was. I
the
don't know.
main fire that's affecting my area is actually very close to me. It's just on what we call the peninsula. There's a mountain range between the bay and the ocean that, you know, San Francisco is up here at the top of the top of that peninsula, and it's about a 40 or 50 mile peninsula, right? Well, it's all covered in forest, and it caught on fire from some dry lightning storms that we had a couple weeks ago. So that wasn't a gender reveal unless Thor was throwing the lightning bolt or something to celebrate having a kid. I don't know. So, but Sparky disappeared, but he's back. But we also have Ray wanting to come back on. So I'm going to bring Sparky back. And does anybody want to volunteer to go so I can bring Ray? You want to go, Heath?
I mean, I don't want to go, but it's your show.
I don't want to kick anybody off. Let me see if I can add Ray on here. I think we can do it. Let's do it. Hey,
I thought you could only do 4.
I think you can do up to 6 on the free version.
Yeah. Actually, I think they may have expanded that again, but you know, I think you're right. It's 5 or 6.
Well, we're really testing the limits here tonight.
Well, you've got Sparky in here. That's already testing the limits.
Mr. Gremlins himself.
The cool thing for Sparky is that the stream is still strong. I have not seen it go blurry or pixelated this whole time. So I think our test is a success.
Well, I think I've seen it a couple times where I've looked over and it's just been a little blurry here, but that could just be my glasses too. So
yeah, I haven't noticed.
They've got wipes for that, Dave.
Yeah,
right. Exactly. Try not to take them off like this. Use the little things on the side. You know, this guy's taking his glasses off, putting his fingers on the lids, right?
And Ray, you said you got wipes for that. I've been wiping my screen ever since you come on. You're still there.
Oh no!
You need a different kind of wipe.
Oh, we already know I'm full of it, Dave. That's okay.
Yeah. What's on your mind, Ray? That's what I've been asking everybody who calls in. What's up?
I have no idea. I can't see it.
Oh, man.
Neither can anybody else. That's all right.
Boy, is it going downhill fast. Man.
Well, see, Dave. Oh, never mind.
You get Ray and me on the same live stream, and it's you might as well R-rate it right now. So
yeah, I don't think I clicked that thing for
not
safe for kids or whatever. So be careful. Oh, we already got Alvin flipping off the camera.
Oh no.
I can't even drink out of a cup now.
I can't believe he did that to me.
I can.
No, John, just taking it day by day. I mean, that's the big thing right now. And I'm rather like yourself. I've been rather busy, but with different things. I'm sure you heard about what me and a couple of the other YouTubers, John Dilley and Rick Bailey, are working on. We're actually working on the Central Valley Model Works bridges. We've got a series going the whole month of September where we're doing premieres at noon on Sundays.
Oh, cut. Are we supposed to be doing self-promotion in this thing, or can we ban him right now?
What was on my mind
right now? Like, you can't come on here and say, hey, look at me, and I got series, and I got videos, and go look at me. Like,
yeah, how do you mute? Hold on, I can probably mute people if they
You
start.
should be able to remote mute.
No, actually, I'm kind of curious about that, Ray, because I remember hearing about it, and to be honest, I don't have time to participate in everybody's live. I really don't have time to be on everybody's live streams. But what is it? It's on what time do you guys go on Sundays?
We actually, what we're doing is we're actually doing premieres on Sundays. We actually had the Sidetrack Sunday on 8:30 that John Dilley started up for me, and that's when we announced that we were doing the bridge build. And we had the first premiere this past Sunday, and we'll have another one coming up this coming Sunday, and they'll come up at noon. And it's basically just talking about the progress and what we think of the bridge and how it's going together for each one of it.
At noon, what time zone?
Eastern, noon Eastern.
So that's 9 my time. Okay.
On your time, great.
Got it. Yep. So now, but John Dilley's out here in my time zone.
Yep, that's what's made this thing rather interesting, is working with him, because he gets off of work at what's like 8 o'clock our time, and it's 5 o'clock his time. And when we were discussing this whole thing, we were sitting there talking, and the next thing Rick and I are looking at our watches, going, "Dude, it's 11 o'clock here. We got to go to bed. We got to get up to work, go to work the next morning."
Okay,
He's like, "What are you talking about? It's 8 o'clock here."
Right, you're back east someplace then. Okay, I got it. All right.
Yeah, I'm in Maryland, Rick's in Pennsylvania, and of course John's out and JD's out in California.
What do you know about the Western Maryland's 1309? Is that thing actually going to run, or is it still keep giving us more money and maybe someday it'll run?
I have no idea. I haven't been out to. Well, I was out to Deep Creek Lake last month, but I haven't been out to see the actual Western Maryland in years.
Oh, okay. I thought you might know, since it has the name of your state in it.
Well, I appreciate that, but no. Unfortunately, I haven't been keeping up with a lot of that. I haven't kept up with a lot of the prototype stuff, or the real railroads. I got to get out and do some rail fanning. Of course, this morning I had gotten an alert that where I usually do my rail fanning, somebody got hit. So that's not a good thing.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, it's about 25 minutes from me. I haven't rail fanned in like 20 years. Yeah. But it was a spot that I used to like to hit because it was right around the corner from where my parents lived at the time. But yep, I haven't been down there. Like I said, I haven't been down there in years. But that was one of the runs that the CSX used for the juice train. I don't know if you've ever heard of the juice train.
That's the one that goes to Florida, right?
That's the one that goes from Florida to New Jersey. Yep. Right.
I have heard about that because they got all that orange juice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Tropicana train.
Right. I don't know if you guys can see this, but there are 2 more people trying to come on here, and I don't think I can fit all of us.
I've been telling everybody.
Try it.
I've been telling John to come on in and try. So
let me add one more. We got Barnabas Junction. Hang on one second. I'll try you in a minute, Nate. Give me a second here, but let's just see what happens. Okay, that works.
Oh my goodness.
Good morning, gentlemen. The All-Star Show from Sparky's channel.
Yeah, there you go.
It's everybody who talks in the chat window.
There was a clip that showed up in chat here from ATSF Venta Spur N Scaler. I don't know. From what I understand, there was a person walking on foot that got hit. So that obviously didn't end well.
Right. I'm going to try this. I don't think it's going to work, but I'm going to try put just Nate on here. Are we
Looks
going
like
to push
there's
this?
another row.
We're going to push this to the limit,
maximum
guys.
of
Here we
6
go.
on the free version.
It says the studio
No.
is limited to 6 people. Please.
Oh.
Or, of course, they give you the option to upgrade if you want to pay a bunch of money.
Break out that credit card, John. Throw that credit card on the table. Come on.
No, you and Dave said you're paying for it. Half and half. I heard that.
Well, now that Ray's here, I thought he was going to help us out.
I ain't got the money. I'm married.
If all you guys chip in, it'll be pretty cheap.
Oh, go ahead, John. You can drop me down to the basement, bring Nate up. I'll hit the stop cam and I'll turn it on again later.
I'll drop you to the basement here. Give me a second. There we go. Let's bring on Nate. Nate.
Just Nate.
Just Nate. There he is.
Hello.
What's happening?
Good evening or morning. Morning from the UK.
It sounds like you have your TV or you have something else on. Maybe you're watching YouTube still. You need to turn off whatever else is making noise at your place.
How's it going, Heath?
Good, Nate.
I'll look up at Heath. Hi, Heath.
I can't tell where the echo is coming from. I'm pretty sure it's Nate though. Hey Nate, can you turn off your YouTube or your TV or whatever else is playing sound there other than us?
Hello.
What's happening?
Good evening or morning. Morning from the UK.
Can you guys tell what that is? That's not us talking because it's not. It doesn't sound like something I've heard already.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
Can you remote mute people, John? I'm curious.
Yeah, and I'm just
Okay, is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Perfect.
Yeah. So what's on your mind?
Oh, not much. I just saw you guys were hanging out. Thought I'd come and join in on the fun.
Cool.
It's
have you
good
been
to
up
see
to?
two of us here from the UK.
Yeah, not much. We went to a Labor Day picnic yesterday.
Very cool.
How do you guys enjoy your Labor Day?
Mine was good. Do you guys have Labor Day over in UK?
No, I don't think we do, do we? Andy?
No, I don't think so. We have May the 1st, which is a Labour holiday, isn't it? Or something, so it said. But
Yeah, that's the May bank holidays. We have 2 bank holidays. That's what we have, is where you have days off from work. I don't know what they're called, bank holidays, because they were days where back in the olden times the banks would shut down.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really get a Labor Day. There was just, with everything going on, and it was just, yeah. But Nate, you just went up to EBT last week, right?
That was the 15th. I just uploaded the video slideshow of pictures this past week.
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool that
That was on the 15th I went up there.
it's good that the excursion trains are starting to open up again.
Yeah, it was really good. Great to see the railroad getting whipped back into shape with all the money they're putting into it.
You know what? I forgot to ask Jason what's on your mind.
Just coming in to join in with you chaps. A big thank you, obviously, to this man above, the support of the UK channels over here. He does he does do a lot of support. So Heath, I want to also congratulate you on your first live stream last week, a couple of weeks ago now. Absolutely superb, and I know a lot of you here that were tuned into his live stream. He did an absolutely cracking job of that, and I hope we see a lot more of it.
Yeah, Jason, you were really under fire today with all those questions coming in. I thought it was good. It was funny as you were starting the stream. You kept saying, "I'm so nervous about this." You're like, "I'm getting warm. I gotta take my hoodie off." He had a live Q&A where at first it was just people asking on the chat, but then he did it where, like you're doing, John, where people could actually come in, ask the question as well. So it was technically complicated as well as getting asked a lot of questions I'm sure you didn't think you were going to get asked.
Yeah, many. There was many, yeah. And like I say, coming with you guys over the pond, it's great to hear from you guys. And it's a small world with the internet, with the hobby. It's great that we can confer and speak with each other in such an easy way like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, John and I were talking about that earlier, about how, you know, we're building these very human connections, but through this very technological, you know, device. So it's really interesting to see how that's all coming together.
You know, it's interesting to me considering the fact that 6 years ago, well, it'll be 6 years ago in December, I started doing just videos of what I was doing with the old layout. And then it morphed into this thing this year. Well, actually last year when I started working on this, I was still doing the weekly thing with the weekly videos. And then when the pandemic broke out, it was like, well, now what do I, well, I'm still going to be putting up the videos. And then Sparky sat there and said, you ought to do a couple of live streams. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. And then now look what's going on. it's just, it's just
the live stream explosion.
What just happened? Someone just dropped.
Someone's down.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the things too, is the fact, you know, just like we're doing now, we're able to get in and be able to chat with each other and across long distances as well. I mean, you got California to going to England here, so it's quite a distance that we're able to you know, pick these things up and run with it.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I just thought of something, guys. I don't know if anybody else can pop up into what we call the basement down here. Do you know offhand how many people can fit in the queue with the waiting room down there? Anybody?
I think it's 4.
Well,
no, it's not 4 because we got 2, 4, 6, got 7 on there now, including who's on the screen here.
Wow.
Oh, there's 7 people in the basement in addition to us 6?
No, it's all of us in, because I see us all in the basement. Plus, Dave is still in the basement.
Oh, okay.
So,
Do you want me to drop out?
I don't know. Do you have anything else that you want to talk about, Andy?
I was going to ask Sparky if he got his Challenger working, but other than that, not a lot to say.
Oh, well, he disappeared. There he is. So why don't you drop out? I'll bring Dave back in, and he can answer your question.
Okay.
And and we got a special guest coming on too that I just saw pop up on here that I want to make space for. Is there anybody else that's willing to volunteer to go off, or should I just pick someone?
I'll go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get off in a moment. I've just got one question though for you guys over the ponds. What are your thoughts on the railways of the UK against your own railways over there in HO scale?
Oh, that's interesting.
You know, Jason, that's one of the things that I was actually, somebody had brought up, and that may have been on Anthony Dodge's channel. You know, where we've talked about the different collecting different locomotives or different rolling stock. And of course, when my daughter was younger, I picked up Emily and Percy. So I've got them. And of course, I realize they're not prototypical, but you know, but I've always been, and I guess because of David Pop, I've become somewhat fascinated in the European steam, specifically the British steam. And I want to look into that a little bit deeper eventually. Not right now. I really don't have the funds to sit there and do any more than what I'm already doing. But you know, that's one of the things that I find interesting, is the way that the European steam and our steam are a lot different. Of course, our trains and your trains are a lot different anyway. The rolling stock is a lot different. There you go, Sparky.
Okay, so there is someone else in the basement that I want to bring up here. So maybe while Dave's answering the question about whether you got, I forgot what it was now, the Challenger. Is that what Andy asked? If you got the Challenger running?
No, he was asking about my big boy, and I've sent out a couple emails and stuff like that. People are still trying to get back to me, and I haven't really screwed around with it too much tonight. So, no, it's not working. And to answer Barnabas's question, because I've been to the UK and here, you guys have amazing trains over there. You have so many different liveries, classes. It's awesome to look at such different stuff all the time. Like you got the 66s, 68s, 37s, so much variety just doing one sit in a rail fanning session. You guys got so much. We're over here, we got ES44s, -9s, -8s, and it's the same thing all the time. The biggest difference is you guys run a lot smaller trains and they're a lot faster. We run really long trains over here and they're a lot slower. So
One last question, passenger versus freight too, right? I mean, I feel like in the UK, you guys do a lot more passenger than we do here. We just don't move as many people by train as you do. I don't know a lot about UK trains, but I did do, one of those Eurail passes around Europe once, and I love European trains for just the access to Europe that they provide.
One last question before I shoot off, and then someone else can jump in. One prominent UK train going on what you've just said there, Ray, on steam. Have any of you actually thought, or do you have any models of the Flying Scotsman? Because it did feature over in the States for quite some time.
I don't, but one that I do have that people talk about from time to time is the Orient Express. That one, there is a steam engine from you that I do have. Bachmann put that out years ago, and I still have that. But that's the only one I have. I think years ago, I think Bachmann may have even made a Flying Scotsman at one point and had it sitting over here, but I never picked that one up.
I would love the Flying Scotsman, and there's a book, and I'm completely blanking on the name now, but about the circus, and they talk about the Flying Scotsman pulling their excursion train here in the U.S. So yeah, I would love to get it. I don't have it.
It is one of the it's one of the easier model kits that you can buy over here. Is the Flying Scotsman has a train set to get yourself started in 00. So train shows and specialty hobby shops basically is where you can get them. But the Flying Scotsman's the big one to get. It's the most popular over here.
Over here in the UK, Hornby have just released actually the American edition of the Flying Scotsman with the dual tenders.
Oh, there you go. I saw Ray take off. I'm like, oh, he must have really had to go. I didn't know he was going
I don't know how well it's going to show up on camera, but that's the Orient Express. And what's really fascinating with this, and I mentioned it in one of the books I did, the motor is actually in the tender. It actually pushes the locomotive. The locomotive is a dummy, and the motor
we have a lot of that over
in
here.
the tender.
Yeah, we have a lot of tender-driven steam locos.
Just going to say, maybe every once in a while, John, you can try to highlight somebody's channel. Just to get yourself orientated with that.
What are you talking about?
Right then,
pushing these buttons, the show button, like this?
Yeah, no, that's not it.
Oh.
No, when Ray was showing that. Go ahead.
I would say across the bottom, there's little buttons that show this person big versus show that person big, and I think that's what Sparky's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like this?
There you
go. That's the one.
Who's this good-looking guy on the picture? He just got excited.
I thought he was going to start kissing the screen.
Who's gonna drop off, or am I gonna just kick someone?
I'll drop off. I'll drop off now. Thank you very much, chaps. It's been great to speak to you, and enjoy everything, and keep the streams going. Thanks very much for having me.
Jason.
Thanks for calling in.
Heath, no, you're over there, Heath.
It's like the Brady Bunch. Like,
take care, everyone. Stay
Thank
safe.
you.
For now.
Bill,
Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if they actually had the car where the murder took place in the set. I don't know.
All right, guys, hang on. I got to make an introduction here. So we're going to bring in somebody else that I know because he interviewed me a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was Drew. Hey,
hey Drew.
Hey.
So I think I can solve Dave's big boy issue because I had that problem myself, and then I have a question for everybody.
Oh boy! Wow, you just jumped right. Look at this guy. He just jumped on. He's got everything going.
I'm ready. I'm prepared.
Okay, well,
I'll be
fix
talking
Dave's.
I'll be talking to Drew on Friday. So
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna get interviewed too?
yeah, apparently.
I'm hitting
Wow,
everybody.
look at this guy.
We're ready. So
When's Rod Stewart's interview?
That's what I said.
Just for kicks, I sent a Facebook Messenger thing to him, and I never expect a response, but just that kick out of knowing that you've done enough to get a response, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Right on.
So
Absolutely.
So to Dave, you're a big boy. So just to get it right, when you throttle up, both headlights flash, but it doesn't do anything.
Right.
Cool. So I had that problem, and I had a whole bunch of Broadway Limited guys look at it, and nothing worked. I tried to bend it over upside down, backwards, push in the non-existent pin between the tender and the engine. Nothing. Yeah. So I called support. I had to send it in, and I hate sending stuff in because you really don't see it for a long time. Yeah. But I got it back, and apparently it's a whole bunch of factory defects and whatever. So I got a new type of motor, a new type of decoder, and then they had to update the new type of decoder, whatever the software is on it. But now it works, and I've kind of put thousands of scale miles around a 4x6 on it in the 2 weeks since I've gotten it back. But it's worth the 10-week repair queue.
So the answer to your question, the solution to your problem, Dave, and someone's going to be really pissed at me for saying this, but get the Athearn one. That's how you
Yep, that's what I just said. Get the Athearn.
See?
You know,
Nate knows.
Where is that mute button so I can get rid of John?
I have to tell you, I just posted today on a Facebook post that I saw. Someone else was having yet another post with a problem with the BLI locomotive. And my comment was, if I had a nickel for every post complaining about BLI locomotives, I could afford to buy a BLI locomotive.
It seems like either you have great luck with them and have no problems and they're like just really solid, or they just don't work.
Yeah.
It seems
well, my
like one
experience with MTH is I've gotten 2 locomotives from them, and each one's come broken. One I had to return and one I had to just send to repair. Like, I don't know if that's just me because some people have had great experiences with them. So,
yeah, I'll never deal with MTH again. I've had 2 of their locomotives, and they're just. I'm not going to say what they were, but I'll never buy them again.
Yeah, remember we are keeping this family friendly.
Yeah. As far as
they sound great.
Hey guys, I got to drop.
Thanks,
Ray.
Thanks, Ray. See you later.
Right now, I've got 3 BLI AC 6000s with smoke running the layout, and I'm having absolutely no problems with them. So
okay,
yeah,
I feel like BLI has like 30% failure rate, so you kind of get what you pay for. Well, not get what you pay for. You get what you get. That's what I mean. You definitely don't get what you pay for.
Yeah, that big boy was $790 Canadian. So
wow.
Yeah.
You know, there's another one that came out recently, and I think it was from Trix. Is that the name of it?
Oh, the Trix big boy for $1,000 in a
yeah. It's supposedly made all of metal.
Yep.
I saw a video of it that it looks like it might be pretty good, but do you know anybody that got one of those? Are they any good?
I think it was GWLL
2000
that posted a video on that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe that. Yeah, I think it might have been James. Yeah,
it was James.
The detail's great, but it doesn't pull well, and the lighting effects, they aren't there. Like, there's no marker lights for that price.
It's a brass locomotive, though, is it not?
It's brass?
I thought it was brass.
I don't think it's brass.
No?
I know it's metal construction, but I don't think they used brass for it. At least that's not what he said. Well, I don't know. Maybe someone who knows can call in and let us know.
Yeah.
Since we have a live audience here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should send something to James on Facebook, see if he'll get in here.
Oh God!
Welcome to come on if he wants to. I mean,
Tell him I want to interview him. Let him know.
I could send
Drew, look at Drew.
Drew could do the interview right here.
Yeah, I can just record my screen and then post it a week later.
Yeah, but then YouTube will flag it as part of. They'll tell me that someone's re-uploaded my video.
It wouldn't be the first time my videos have gotten copyright strike, so I don't care.
Ouch.
Yeah. So
You know,
Drew, you have a new channel, but you seem to know your way around. Did you have an old channel that you got rid of, or what's the story?
No, I'm just spiteful.
Oh, okay.
He's a very eager individual, I think.
Yeah,
apparently.
We'll go with that.
He's hitting up a lot of the bigger people on YouTube. So
Well, I just keep sending emails until somebody responds. It's been like a 30% response rate, but I mean, it's more than zero, so.
Who was the first person you emailed?
Well, I don't really want to name the names of people who
good
didn't
try,
respond.
Who didn't respond?
You mean I wasn't the first person?
You
the
were.
hell?
You were the first person.
He's lying. Look at him. I don't believe you.
You were the first person to respond. You were the first person to respond.
He doesn't remember your last name though, John. So you know.
Oh,
I don't either.
I'm calling you out on that, Drew.
So in a comment on his video, I called you John Cortopassi.
Oh no! Wow.
Yep. He did.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Look, Dave just spit out his. You don't need to call me that. If you had called, if that were really my name, I would at least pronounce it right.
What? I pronounced Cortopassi wrong?
Yeah, that's not right. It's an Italian name. There's no short A sound in Italian. It's Cortopassi.
Cortopassi.
Yeah.
Oh well, huh?
Yeah. Sorry. That's
why he's not getting back to you, Drew.
Yeah,
you're saying his name wrong.
Well, I didn't email him, so.
Oh, okay.
We mispronounced my name too. We mispronounced my name too, but that's because it's a lot harder than that one.
Oh my God! So with Michelle Kempema, which I now know how that is, I said Michelle Kempema. I'm like, how did I even think of that? Like,
well, it's funny that you should say that because when I tell my iPhone, call Michelle, the iPhone says calling Michelle Kempema. I don't know what's up with that. But it's definitely she says Kempema, so that's how I say it.
Yeah. Well, I think if it's her name, she's gonna know how to pronounce it.
Yeah. I was surprised to see.
You never know.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that you had interviewed her so quickly. She was the next one after me, wasn't she?
Yeah, well, that's when you send so many emails, you're bound to get like 1 out of 10 responses, and she was one. So
yeah,
I guess that's what happens.
I was surprised because I didn't know that you were emailing a bunch of people. I'm not surprised that she did it though, because she's just like that.
Nice.
It's very cool.
So Drew, why interview people? Like, why did you decide that would be your thing with your channel? Because you do a lot of other stuff on your channel too. I mean, you've got chasing trains, you got other things, but I think the interviews are where they're getting you a lot of subs at this point.
Well, John, I didn't steal your chasing trains. I don't call it a name. I don't.
Sorry. Yeah.
No, I know. But to be honest with you, I started with iMovie, and iMovie, it does what you need it to, but it's not.
It's rough.
The best. Yeah, it's rough around the edges.
Yeah.
So with that, I was kind of doing layout tours and making these little videos where I could, and I'm like, you know what? If I just interviewed people, it would be a lot more successful and a lot less effort trying to get a headache over iMovie. So I just started interviewing people, and then I was like, oh, this is kind of fun, and other people like it too. So then I just kind of continued with it. So, yeah.
Cool.
Someone was just asking what your channel name was, Drew, and I forget who it was, but.
So it's called Nordel, Nordel Model RR Club. And I don't do it under my name. I do it under my Model Railroad Club's name, because the idea was that I do it and post like operations on it, but then COVID happened and it kind of completely switched what is on it. So
Well, if you still got YouTube up or whatever, just throw a couple chat comments up there, and maybe people can copy and paste your channel and check it out.
Honestly, I don't have YouTube up, so let me.
No, that's fine.
Hey, John, you have a spammer at 9:10.
Uh-oh.
A spammer at 9:10. What does that mean?
Oh, at the second
6:10.
post from the bottom.
I don't see anything. It must have. Did someone else get it already with the wrench?
Oh, yeah, I'm getting it now.
Thanks.
I don't see it on our. I don't see it on our StreamYard chat.
No, that's fine.
Hey, John, you have a.
Oh, someone just had their YouTube turned up. Oh, it's probably Drew.
So, Drew, is your name Drew? You just said you're not posting under your name, but you're. Oh, I see. Your channel is Nordell Model Railroad Club. Your name is Drew. Right. Gotcha. Okay. I'll get there eventually.
No, you won't.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
I had to mute my whole computer because the tab wasn't muting, and I didn't want to mess up the audio. I don't want to be that person. So
Drew, you said you had a question?
Oh, yeah. So me and John talked about it. It was socially distant operating sessions. What do you guys think?
I love the idea.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they work fine. Like, there's ones I've been to where you can choose to do a mask or a face shield, and I'm not really to the point where I would just wear a face shield. I mean, I need to kind of have something over my mouth, but.
Well,
yeah.
I think. Sorry, are you talking about when you said social distancing? I thought about what John was talking about earlier, about where there would be one or two people at the club, but then other people would be operating remotely. You know, the trains. No.
This is like a half-staffed operating session.
Ah, gotcha.
With masks and stuff. I mean, it does work, but I can see
the aisles at my club are so narrow.
Dude,
well,
this is a club thing for me.
Yeah. It is not a club thing for you, or it is a club thing for you?
It's not. There's some community guys, and we do it.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This definitely wouldn't work in a club setting.
Yeah, my club is open. I can't get there just because I have to take a subway to a train to another train to an Uber, and I just don't feel comfortable with all those public transportation options. But they're open. The aisles are very narrow, and they say, like, you know, if you're going to pass somebody, pass back to back. You know, so they've got all these sort of rules in place. But it's tough at a club.
Yeah.
And don't drop anything, because then you end up with butt face.
Well, that's true all the time.
Butt face with butt flies.
I thought Sparky was the troublemaker.
Oh no, he's 3 times worse than I am.
Well, only in person, though. Only in person. I behave myself pretty much on
your channel
online generally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I didn't have a violent reaction to what Drew told me about my last name.
Oh no! What did he tell you? I missed that.
No, about having the wrong last name.
Oh, about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
That's a little bit of a touchy issue at times, you know. Yeah. I still can't believe how hard Dave laughed, though, over here.
I don't know why I messed that up. Like, I don't know why I just made that connection.
It doesn't really matter.
Okay.
I got confused though too. I thought maybe I had watched like the wrong interview, and I went back and like checked. Like, did I say the wrong thing? Like,
how you responded? You're like, "Oh yeah, but John C has a great channel." I'm like, I don't even know who John C is.
Neither do I.
I didn't want to try and spell his last name or pronounce it incorrectly, so I just went with John C.
I've been John A my whole life.
Hey, you're Canadian.
Hey,
John A.
That was good. I didn't even think about that. I walked right into that one.
Yeah, you are a little slow at times, so.
Huh?
The name office is probably closed for COVID anyway, so you couldn't change it if you wanted to.
Yeah. I think the Social Security Administration deals with name changes.
Oh. I was thought
you could probably do it online now.
Office and everybody just went there to change their name.
Yeah.
Hey, Sherwin, your name's wrong on Sherwin. You have to change your name. You spelled it wrong.
Who?
Sherwin. You aren't you Sherwin?
You can get rid of him now.
There must be a joke going here, but I don't get it. You had to be there. I don't know.
Yeah, this is over my head.
You want to explain it, or is it not worth it?
Is it like an inside joke and somebody watching this is just like laughing really hard?
No. To explain the joke, and Heath completely botched it. Last night on another live stream, we were talking about people that are famous that are into trains, and Sheldon Cooper is one of them off the Big Bang Theory. So I said, yeah, everybody at work started calling me Sheldon for a while because I'm married to Amy, and that was his girlfriend. And then Heath thought it would be funny to call me Sherman.
I don't watch Big Bang Theory. I screwed it up.
Apparently, you don't watch Tom Train.
Apparently not.
Well, I didn't know what to expect. I thought we were going to just have me and Dave bringing in one person at a time. That turned into quite a thing here.
That changed, didn't it?
Well, do we got anybody in the basement? We got one more spot up here. And I can drop down again if there is.
No, I just posted
tonight.
I just posted the link in the chat again. We still have 30 or 40 people watching. So
if anybody has James Wright's number, just text him. We need to get him on here.
I have it, but I wouldn't presume to. Hey, come on the computer,
Yeah, and I have it also.
My live stream. Come on.
Come on.
I don't think I've ever seen him on a live stream. Does he do them at all?
I don't think.
I don't know.
He has done a couple live streams of his own, but that's the other thing though too. Is like when you got somebody's number and stuff, you're not just gonna publicly go out and say, "Hey, man, join us," right?
Oh, that's true. That wouldn't.
Yeah. No, I know what to do. I'll just have someone in the audience. Here, let me get his number. I'll just say it right here on the TV.
Yeah, exactly right.
Text James.
Yeah.
Tell him to call me.
Yeah.
I was using a tool the other day in one of my videos, and I realized when I was editing the footage that tool had my name and number on it because it used to be in my work box. And here I am videoing it for a YouTube video, and I was like, oh. So I had to take that clip out.
I'm working on garden railroad stuff in my front yard, just trying to film that without showing too much of my house and where I am.
Yeah.
It's very awkward because it's in the middle of my yard and it's a tree, so it's kind of easy to get in there enough, but it's kind of weird looking back at the footage and it's like, do I want to crop that at the expense of clarity? So difficult.
Yeah, I've put my address out a couple times on YouTube, and then I do take it back down. But there is another Stu Structures right now is actually building a scratch build of my house. And the very first video he put up of the scratch build shows my house, and I had 2 people within that week knock on my door.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Just random strangers like, are you Sparky?
Yep.
Hey?
Random people, and they come to the door, and it's like, hey man, I watch all your live streams, all your channel. This is me, and this, and it's like, and you got to be welcome to it. So, but right now there's a blue bag on that table.
Mm-hmm.
One of the guys actually brought over that bag and said, I'm having problems with these locomotives. Can you test them out for me? And then so,
Dave's locomotive repair service.
I'd be happy to make you another video about scammers. So I mean, people are similar.
Yeah. So I'm cool with it. I am kind of open to it, but when I do post my information, I try to delete it right away too. But now it's out there, so
I'm not even sure I have videos. I might just want to watch some of your videos so I know where to mail stuff.
Yeah. Well, I know you've got it done.
It's definitely a little easier for me because I can post my address and people still would have to figure out which of 300 apartments I'm in.
Yeah.
So I feel a little bit safer that way, but I still try to,
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't want people to show up. That's not comfortable to me. I mean, who would do that? That seems weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's been a little freaky when it first happens, for sure. And like you said, wouldn't want them just showing up. I'd rather them actually, like, my email's out there on my page. Yeah. And it's easy enough to send me an email saying, man, I would love to come over and meet you and stuff, I'd be like, yeah, sure, come on over. At least then I know you're coming.
But do it the right way. Don't just show up. I mean, that's a little creepy, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
Do you know how far they travel to get to your house? Like, do they live in the same city? And I don't know. That's kind of better than living across the country. I don't know.
Just to answer your question before we get over to this awesome guy that just popped in, Trevor. But I have had one travel 3.5 hours to get here.
Okay.
And that was back when I had my flood, though. That wasn't
unannounced, though, right? That was planned.
Yep. No, it was unannounced.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. And then just in the last 2 weeks, I've had 2 others. So.
Do you invite these people into your house, or like?
No.
Well, obviously not during COVID, but like, well, I don't know how I could spin that question. Never mind.
I need to interrupt this conversation for a second and thank Andy for another super chat thingy there. Look at that. He spelled my name wrong, but I appreciate that he at least knew the right name. But let's bring Trevor on. Thank you very much, Andy. Appreciate that. Next time, the A after the T there should be an E, if that makes any sense to you.
A after the T.
There you go, Andy.
Yeah, now Dave's getting crazy with the wigs again. Let's bring on Trevor. Dude, what's up?
Hey. Sorry for
Hey,
the
hey.
terrible lighting, but my internet's down at my house, so I don't have access to be able to do this on a computer.
Are you on your phone?
I'm on my phone in my car at the bottom of my street where I actually have cell service.
Wow.
And you have
So I
sunlight.
made a pilgrimage to
Look
be on
about
your show right now.
dedication.
Yeah, that's very dedicated. Since
I
you've
know.
done so
I
much
figured
work
you'd
to be on the
appreciate
show. Yeah, since you've done so much work to be on the show, what's on your mind? Let's give Trevor our full attention. Here,
Well,
watch this.
I
I'm
saw
even gonna do-
that Paul was on the show, so I had to come on and give you more Fern Creek and Western information, I guess.
Yes, let's have it. What's up with
Well-
Fern Creek and West? I mean, I know I'm going to find out in a week or two anyway, but
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as Paul told you, we're working on the big rebuild. That's been what we've been working on for the past 10 months now or something. But this week, something cool happened. We got one of the live steam engines back working again, which we're really excited about.
yes, I saw the video. That was Gary's 260 or
Gary's 460.
460. I knew it was
Yeah,
something
it's a model
60.
of the SP number 8, which is similar to the SP18, which was just restored a couple of years ago. But Charlie, our other friend who works on the railroad, he and I have been rebuilding it for the past few months, and it had quite a few issues. The radio control that controls the throttle and the reverser had a lot of issues. It would act erratically, and then it couldn't get the engine fully into the corner. For those that don't know, that means the Johnson bar all the way in forward or all the way in reverse, so that you're getting steam emission through the entire stroke of the piston. And it also had issues with the water pump. The RC equipment that's under the tender would catch the tender truck, so it would derail the tender truck, which was always exciting. It created some pretty epic derailments, but other than that, it wasn't very fun. And the front pilot broke off when it hit a low joint and snapped it off and bent part of the frame, so we had to bend that back. It was really quite a journey to get it back to a working engine again, but it's working, and it's working very well. And so we had it pulling 8 cars up a 3% grade the other day, which was pretty impressive. So we're happy with the performance for sure.
Yeah, I saw the video. It looks and sounds great. So are you planning to have that? You said it ran for 45 minutes on a single fuel tank?
45 minutes plus the time it took to actually get it up to pressure. So
Wow, that thing must have a massive fuel tank.
It's a massive fuel tank. And if the thing was already hot and we were to refill the tank and light it back off again, you could probably get almost an hour of runtime off of it.
That's
you have to
crazy.
put water in the boiler, but the thing is steaming so well that you put cold water in the boiler and it is immediately popping off less than a minute later.
That's awesome.
Yeah, because when I was there, the trains you were running were like 15 minutes max before we were horsing around with them again. So that is great.
Yeah, it's a nice locomotive. It's the best engine we have, hands down.
What scale is
in terms
this?
of live steam. 1 to 20.3 F scale. So on G scale track, but it's F scale.
It's live steam, Heath.
Yeah.
I figured. Yeah.
Yeah.
That works out
garden
to 3-foot narrow gauge.
Right.
I was actually going to print that on a card for you, Heath, and hold it up. Sometimes I know you're a little slow too, so.
Would have given me time to let it sink in. Yeah.
We have Ray in the basement. I was going to see if someone wants to volunteer so I can bring him back in because he looks like he has something else on his mind.
There's always something on Ray's mind.
You can drop me down, or can I drop myself down?
I think so. You good,
Hey,
Heath?
you have to hit leave studio, right?
Thanks for calling in, Heath. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're able to spend some time talking with us.
Awesome, guys. Thanks. I'll keep watching in the chat. Talk to you later.
Okay, cool. Okay, here we go. So,
oh, I like you so much better muted.
so what? Before we go back to Ray, I was just wondering what else is going on. Trevor, is that it? Pretty much the. Oh, Trevor, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, sure can.
Okay. Let's see. Garden Railroad wise, there's not a whole lot more going on, but one exciting thing is Roaring Camp's reopening tomorrow, which is cool.
Oh,
we've been closed for this is going on 3 weeks now because of the fires. But we are reopening on a limited basis. So for those that don't know, Roaring Camp is a tourist railroad that's located in the San Francisco Bay Area down near Santa Cruz. We have 2 railroads, a narrow gauge railroad, which runs up to the top of Bear Mountain and back, which uses geared steam locomotives. And then we have a standard gauge line that goes down to the beach in Santa Cruz and the famous Boardwalk Amusement Park down there. We were shut down, last Wednesday? So a week ago. Yeah, a week ago, or 3 weeks ago tomorrow, we were shut down due to the CZU Lightning Complex fires that started in the Santa Cruz Mountains here and burned a whole lot of acreage. It got within a mile of Roaring Camp, but thankfully the property was spared. And so they're going to reopen the beach train tomorrow, and we will be running the beach train only, at least for the next week or so, because the National Guard's occupying our property right now, as is CAL FIRE. So it's going to be a process to get steam running again, especially with the dry and hot conditions. We've been having record heat, record winds over here lately. But hopefully in a few weeks we'll have steam running again. But for now, at least we're happy to be running the beach train again, and I'm happy to have my job back again.
John, you're muted.
Sorry, I just realized that a little pink thing came up, said your mic is muted. Duh. What I was going to say is, let's make sure people realize that the National Guard is not occupying Roaring Camp because of some criminal activity. They're occupying Roaring Camp to help support the emergency workers.
Yeah,
with the fire.
No, sorry, I didn't make that clear. Yes, it's to support the emergency workers and to support the evacuated people that are moving back in, because they evacuated something like, I want to say, what was it, 20,000 at one point?
Yeah, I was going to say it had to be up in the tens of thousands.
I think it was close to 20,000 at one point.
Yeah.
So that's why
someone's asking.
That's not because Roaring Camp messed up or anything like that.
Right. Someone's asking.
Although it is partially to stop the looting activity that's been going on around there. That's part of it.
Yeah.
Because
someone's asking
people being evacuated out of homes, there was a bit of looting that occurred.
I think there must be a lag. Someone's asking in the question or in the comment section of the video here, the live chat. Someone's typing. Is that you, Drew?
No, it was me, but I haven't been on the chat for a little bit now.
Oh, that's weird. I wonder. I can still hear a bunch of clicking. I know it's not you, Ray, unless your mind makes that noise when you're thinking. And I muted Nate, so it's not Nate.
It's not me.
It's not you, Trevor, because you don't even have a keyboard there. I don't know where that clicking noise is coming from.
Somebody has a water bottle that they're just like squeezing.
Oh, that might be what it was. Well, I'm assuming, Trevor, you can still hear me. Someone was asking in here if you're a volunteer or if that's your job. I know the answer, obviously, but they want to know if you're a volunteer or if that's your job. And before you start talking, for some reason, you're really quiet. So if you can, oh, it is you. What's that clicking noise, Trevor? But you can unmute yourself. But I was going to say that your audio is really quiet. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Hold on.
And that
I see what it is. Sorry. Is that better?
Well, the clicking is gone, but I can't hear you very well. It's almost like the other microphone on your phone, the one that faces the other direction, is the one that's picking up the sound. So if you speak up a little bit, maybe.
Okay. Can you hear me better if I speak up like this?
Well, I did for a second. Let's try it and see what happens.
Okay. So to answer the question about whether I'm a volunteer or an employee, I am an employee. Roaring Camp, other than a few events per year, does not have any volunteers. Roaring Camp is a for-profit tourist railroad, so we're not a 501c3 nonprofit like many other operations that do similar things in terms of railroad preservation. We are a business. We operate, and as such, everyone who's on the train crew, everyone that works in the store, food service, marketing, accounting, all of those people are all employees. And so that is my job.
You know what I find interesting, and since you're on, I've often wanted to ask you this on a live show that we never got to do anyway, which was to tell people how you got to work at Roaring Camp, that long road of starting off as the fire walker and just doing whatever they wanted you to do. And now you're a fireman. I think it's a great story. Unless you don't want to talk about it, that's okay too.
Well, I'll give the abbreviated version because my phone's on battery. But, well, going way back, I grew up near Roaring Camp. And when I was a kid, I'd always go there, hang out around the locomotives, and the crew always noticed me. So they always let me up around the engines to look around, things like that, and just to keep me out of trouble. And then when I got old enough to turn 16, I started working for the company, and I started my first season as the fire walker, whose job it is to walk behind the train for the entire route up to the top of the mountain with a fire rake in your hand to put out any spot fires that the steam locomotive might set. And then I did that for 2 years. I also did track crew and a few other things. Then when I turned 18, I was able to become on train crew. I transitioned over to train crew. I started as a conductor on the narrow gauge railroad. That was my first season there. And then my second season as train crew, I was promoted to locomotive fireman. And then my third season, I was promoted to beach train conductor on the Santa Cruz route. And so tomorrow I will be the conductor on that first beach train, actually, which will be kind of fun. But
are they running?
Definitely, my goal was to make locomotive fireman.
Are they running the beach train with the abbreviated, socially distanced passengers at 40% capacity or whatever? Uh-oh. There's a huge delay, I think.
Yes, yeah. It's train normally holds about 100 people.
I think Trevor's phone finally pooped out.
Oh well.
Well, the other question I have for him, if he is gone or whatever, but I was wondering, like, from fireman, does he get to move up to engineer after that?
Oh, I think he's. Are you trying to take off, Trevor? Yeah, I think we're losing Trevor. That clicking noise sure is annoying. Yeah, I think we lost you, Trevor. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you want to try to answer Dave's question, you could turn off your camera, and the bandwidth on your phone connection should be enough to at least carry voice if you want to try that. because all we're seeing right now is kind of a jumpy picture from time to time. And if you want to try that, just turn your camera off and unmute yourself. And Dave's question was whether or not you are able to or want to go up to engineer from fireman, or even if that may not even be something that's a natural progression, to be honest. Yeah, I think we lost Trevor because he doesn't seem to be moving at all anymore.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can still hear me, Trevor, but if you can, thanks for calling in. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, he's talking in the thing here.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Yeah. So, but that's cool. Anyway, I don't know, honestly, Dave, that he wants to be an engineer. I know a lot of guys want to be firemen. That's just what they like. So it's kind of like, it's my layout, man. So don't tell me what to do, right?
Well, maybe in the chat he can answer that if he wants to move up to engineer or not. So
yeah, could be. I haven't asked him that question before. I just assume if he wants to, he will, because the guy's motivated to do things, kind of like Drew over here.
Mm-hmm. Could I bring up a point about the scenic railroads on the East Coast? Because I don't know if it's the law that's different or just how they do things that's different. But so it's 16, just like on the West Coast, because of insurance and liability and whatever. But once you hit 16, you can be a trainman, like a car host or track crew or that kind of jobs until you're 18. And then at 18, you can be a brakeman and like build trains and stuff. Then from 18, when you turn 19, that's when you can be a fireman, and you kind of choose the route, whether you go steam or diesel, or you take the pathway to go conductor. So it kind of breaks from there. And then 20 or 21 is when you can do engineer. So I don't know if it's the same way on the West Coast, but on the East Coast, it's kind of everywhere you go, that same format.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say it's probably the same everywhere, because liability is kind of the same no matter where you are in the country.
Yeah.
At least that's been my impression of what I've read. It might be different in different countries.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody on here, actually it was Heath, is asking what the role is of the fireman. And basically the fireman's job is to keep the fire in the firebox at the right temperature to give the engineer enough pressure in the boiler at all times to do what needs to be done with the train.
Or on a switcher, you can just go for a diesel engine. You can just go for a ride.
Yeah, there's not really a fireman on a diesel. And on a diesel, generally you have an engineer and a conductor, and the conductor's responsible on the two-man crew, right?
Mm-hmm.
For getting down, throwing the switches. If you're doing any kind of building a train or any of that, he's coupling and uncoupling and putting the hoses on and all that stuff. And generally, the conductor also decides in what order to put the cars when they're building a train. So, like, for example, my friends down here that run, as a matter of fact, Trevor could talk to that because he was just the temporary filling in conductor for the St. Paul and Pacific, which is an operation out here in Watsonville. That's one, Dave, that I wanted to show you, but we didn't get a chance to. Trevor was filling in because the guy who normally does it was dealing with the fires. He lost his house in the fire. So Trevor came in and filled in for like a week or two, and he was the fill-in conductor. So he was down on the ground while our other friend Kevin was running the engine, and they communicate by radio. And, Trevor tells him, you got a car to go, so he knows to slow down so you don't slam into the cut of cars and break something. And then after the locomotive couples to the train, or, then they stretch the cars. Then he puts the hoses on. Then they do whatever they have to do with the air system, and they go. So that's what the conductor does. The engineer just pulls the levers in the engine and goes wherever the conductor tells him to go. So people, I think, often misinterpret and think that the engineer is really the boss of the train, and the engineer is not the boss of the train. The conductor is the boss of the train, really. So I don't know if people know that. And it's the same for on passenger trains too. The conductors are the guys that are checking your tickets, but they're kind of the boss of the train. If the train needs to stop for some reason, they tell the engineer and the engineer does it. So We got someone in the basement I want to bring in, guys, if that's all right with you.
Now, the one cool job I think is the fireman's job too. When we were on those shays riding around, is they got to do that steam blow off. So
that's right.
When we were sitting there and we were going down, and all of a sudden it was the fireman that looked back at me and said, "Okay, get your camera ready. This is going to be awesome."
Yep.
And there's a little foot pedal that he actually hits, and it might have been for show, I'm not sure, but he just took his foot and stomped down on that pedal, and the steam come out of the side of that locomotive. I thought that was pretty cool. So I can understand why a fireman would want to stop at a fireman.
It is pretty cool.
The fireman is also responsible for keeping the water level in the boiler.
Yep, and he rings the bell. Level. Joey, what's up, man? You got to unmute yourself. Hey. This is going to be, well, actually, you're not the second one. Actually, Andy was the second one, or maybe Dave. I was going to say you're the second person to call in on the second ever talk show.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I think I called in last time too.
You did. I know. I always overlook you, Dave. Sorry.
Okay, so do I.
What's on your mind today, Joey?
Nothing.
Oh.
Come on, you at least got to have a good knock-knock joke.
Yeah, just like Andy. What's on your mind? Nothing.
It takes me a while to get jokes going. I'm getting older. No, I just working on, actually have time to work on my HO switching layout. So I've been doing a lot of that lately.
Cool.
I got building, actually my computer's like basically sitting on top of it. Got structures built, I got concrete poured for some pads, got some dirt. I'm just waiting for some rock and gravel from Arizona Rock to come in so I could do my ballast.
Cool. Are you making videos about all the progress?
Yeah. Oh, trying to. I mean, I get so much more done when I don't make a video. So.
Oh yeah, believe me, I know how that is. You know, I know probably everyone watching knows that I've been trying my hand at weathering, and I'm gonna do a video about it at some point. But when I do just the weathering, it's more enjoyable than having to start the camera. Oh, wait, is it in focus? Oh, where can I put the model in the picture? Where can I move it to where it's not out of the picture? And and is the audio right? Oh, are the lights on? You know, and it's just not.
Yeah, like when I do my woodworking, it's so much safer to not do it on video because I'm not like looking at the screen going, is it in shot? Is it in camera? And so I don't want to be chopping my fingers off on the table saw, you know?
Well, I don't know. That might go viral, though.
Yeah. Actually, I think YouTube would probably ban that one pretty quick. So,
right? I'm trying to flip it off, but the finger's been cut off.
It comes right off now.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly. The old thumb joke.
Yeah. Still PG, boys. Still PG.
There it is. Hey, you see my thumb? There it is. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, you know,
I just heard a series on your channel all about your magic tricks. It'll be really successful.
I don't know. My fingertip looks kind of offset there. It's kind of big.
I actually grew an extra one.
Yeah, there.
You grew a thumb on your thumb.
I got 6 fingers, man.
Yeah, it's the new green thumb.
So, Joey, how big is your layout going to be?
It is, how big is this thing? This is 7 feet long by 12 inches wide.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, here, it's sitting right on top.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Yeah, we didn't ask to see it. We just asked how big it was.
I don't know.
That's what she said.
Get your... Hi.
There. I was expecting Sparky to say that. He went there.
I said the first part.
Alvin would be so proud of me right now because that was timed just right.
Hey, Sparky, I think we're rubbing off on him.
Oh, we got a lot to learn from him. Trust me.
Yeah. No one's rubbing off on me. I came this way.
Oh,
Boy, that could be taken all kinds of different ways.
Yeah.
I ain't plugging that channel.
Stop it, you guys. You're corrupting Drew.
All the stuff I've heard before. You can't change anything.
But he knows how to spell his name.
That's true. We're good. You haven't been out of public school in a while. There's a lot of stuff that goes on in there.
Speaking of corrupting people, I was talking earlier about that video I did with Trevor, who was just on, and our friend Kevin, that Trevor was just working with on the train last week, about doing the installation of the DCC decoder into the garden scale Shay. And that was a really, you got to watch that. I should find the link to it, or someone, if someone's watching, can put it in the chat window. It's installing DCC into a garden scale Shay on the channel, and put the link. It is so funny because I don't know how well Trevor knew Kevin at the time when we did the video. And Kevin is really raunchy. I mean, it's so funny hanging around. He's one of my favorite guys to hang around with because it's nothing but laughs the whole time. I mean, he says stuff and it's just like, how did you come up with that? But it's funny as hell. Well, he said something during the working, and I caught almost everything on camera because I had the cameras rolling almost the whole time. And at one point he says something, Trevor's working on the model, like this. And Kevin says something really off color, and Trevor looks up like up at the camera, like just like that. Like he can't believe Kevin just said that. And I think that we corrupted Trevor that day. So,
there's 3 parts to that video.
I don't think so. No, you're thinking of a different one. Maybe I'll just try to find it. Why don't you guys talk for a minute and I'll try to find it real quick.
Truck Shay DCC and battery DCC conversion part 1.
Yeah, it's not a battery. It's just a DCC install. Oh, I'll just find it real quick.
Do something anyway.
Yeah, I'll find it. It'll just take a minute. Yeah, here it is. Bachmann Garden Scale 2 Truck Shade DCC install. It was the first one that came up on when I searched for it. So here we go. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to post it in the chat here.
Share your screen.
It's one of my favorite videos. I think it's kind of long, and if you don't know the people in it, it might be a little bit boring at first, but once we get cracking with the jokes, and just watching it for the jokes to me is worth it, because some of the stuff that got said on that video is just hilarious.
Kind of like a couple of weeks ago on Rodney's channel.
I'm in this for the entertainment.
That works, Nate, That works.
Or last year at Steamtown.
Yeah, Steamtown was a hoot.
I was really bummed out. I know we talked about it before.
Has there been any major progress up there? Because they had 26, but all their major steam engines were down. They were taking the asbestos out of them, and it kind of looked a bit run down. I don't know.
Well, the big boy they were working on next, I guess, is what they were trying to say. And yeah, it was a lot about the asbestos removal. So
yeah,
but I guess they had some tests and stuff done on a lot of their locomotives. A lot of them came back with asbestos, so they ended up closing down a lot of the sites. So
wow.
So you can see them in static display, but you couldn't go into them or in the cabs or anything anymore. So
asbestos abatement is a big deal too. I mean, they have to double tent the thing. They have to wear hazmat suits, and when you're done, you have to shower. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal where I work too, and I'm actually trained in that. And you got to have fans in and out, and it's completely enclosed. Like you can't have anything escape that spot. So
yep, it's very hazardous crap, man. It's amazing.
It's funny though. Like when I was working in the field as a plumber, and I can remember going into this one basement in a church, and there was a big white wrap around the pipe, and it actually said asbestos right on it. And we had to get to that pipe, so we just grabbed it and ripped it all down. Didn't know what I know now. So,
wow.
My grandfather owned a insulation company, and he would sell asbestos. And to every person he sold it to, we would knock it with a hammer until it broke to show everybody how durable it was.
Imagine how much asbestos he had in his lungs by the time he was done with that career.
Yeah.
Wow.
So,
is he still with us, Drew?
Is he what?
Is he still with us?
No.
What took him out? Which lung disease took him out?
I think I don't know for sure. I think it might have been a heart attack, to be honest. I don't know.
Probably he found out how toxic asbestos is and was like, oh,
I know everything now.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't be making fun. I don't know if it was a recent thing. You might still be.
No. I didn't. He was dead before I was born. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he probably had a heart attack when he.
So that
found
makes
out
it okay, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like he still be
As soon
tasteless.
as the studies were released showing how toxic asbestos was, he was like, "Oh my god!"
Exactly. So, what else are you up to, Joey? I mean, since you're the new person on the stream here.
I don't know.
That's it, huh?
Yeah, I've been on babysitter duty most of today.
Oh yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah.
You have 3 kids, don't you?
2.
Oh, 2 kids. Okay.
No, that's it. Done.
Couldn't remember.
It's medically impossible to have children now.
I understand. Yeah.
Until the mailman shows up.
I know what you mean, and it's not a big deal. That hurts.
Well, if there's ever a positive test, I know it's not mine.
You better be checking who the mailman is, right?
We have a male lady, so.
Oh, that would be interesting. Maybe someone filled in, I don't know. No pun intended,
What's this weird package? It's got air holes on it. I don't know. No, just I don't know, just enjoying actually working on my layout again. It's been a lot of I work from home most of the time, so it's a lot of actual work. I do software development, and then when I'm done with work, I go get the kids at daycare, and then it's chasing kids all night. So I don't really have a lot of time.
Is that chasing kids like chasing trains?
Kinda, yeah. 'Cause I should take more videos of that because there's a lot of stupid stuff they do. So.
Yeah, but I don't think you'd be doing chasing kids with friends, so I'm out.
I can't drink beer with them either. So.
Well, you can drink beer; they just can't.
Not on camera.
They might go to bed earlier.
That's true.
Got some whiskey. I'll put it to bed soon. Or just a bunch of Benadryl.
Benadryl would be better. But you take that, turn on the TV, and take the Benadryl yourself, and they'll watch TV while you sleep.
Yeah, I'll wake up and I'll have to fix everything in the room.
Yeah, probably. I know. I think I told this story recently. I think it was on a live stream, but I walked out of my office when it was in my house, and I came back in. I don't know. I must have just gone to the bathroom or something. I wasn't gone for long. And when I came back in, all over my keyboard and my screen and everywhere was purple marker that my kid had drawn. And I'm just like, wow, really? I couldn't believe it.
I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. I still can't believe it. I might even have that keyboard someplace around here. And here's the one that really killed me. When I was in high school and college too, I did art. I took art classes. I don't know that I was ever really good at it. Probably not that great, but I still had my portfolio. It's this big cardboard thing with a snap, and it had a handle on it. It's this big deal about this big.
Yep.
And it had a handle, and then it snaps open, and all my art is in there. Well, it was stored behind our couch for a long time. And recently, within the past 3 years or 4 years or so, we opened that thing up, and I am not kidding. Almost all my art had marker in it. And I'm like, now what the hell happened here? I know that people knew about it, but they didn't want to tell me when it happened because it didn't just happen. It had to have happened 10 or 15 years ago because my kids are bigger now, 20 and 16 or something like that, or 21 and 17 soon. And the 21-year-old's going to have to buy me beer because I'm going to need it at more crap I find like this that they did when they were kids that no one told me about. So all my art, a lot of my art was ruined, And I was like, wow, I mean, it doesn't really mean that much to me because I'm not going to do anything with it, but it's kind of like part of you,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So-
I know the portfolio you're talking. I went to the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, and so I would always lug around that giant portfolio. And
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
yeah, it's heavy. And you hate dragging it around.
Yeah, depending what's in it, it could be very heavy. I mean, I actually had, I can't remember what we called it. It was a vinyl square, so a vinyl tile, I guess, that you carved out stuff with a little.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what those are called. What are you talking about?
Do you know what I'm talking about? And then you put ink on it and press it, and it makes prints of whatever your art was.
Yeah, you're like kind of like making a giant stamp.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And it was a frost giant from, Dungeons and Dragons days.
Oh boy.
And it was actually pretty good, I thought. I think I might still have that, but that was in there. So it was pretty heavy at times.
Yeah. Yeah, when we did a lot of clay work. And so I'd bring home stuff like that.
The Dungeon Master's Guide. That's exactly the same one. Second edition. You nerd. What's wrong with you? Oh, wait.
I've got a lot of the first and second edition stuff sitting over there. I haven't messed with it in years, though, but I've still got it.
I wonder how much that's worth now.
What's that? This?
Well, some of the first and second edition stuff.
Yeah, I have no idea. I know a buddy of mine dabbles in a lot of buying and reselling, but he does a lot of that. I think he's told me a couple times what it's worth, but yeah.
I wouldn't expect it's worth anything more than
Well, anybody's willing to pay for it.
Well, right. That's the trick, right? If someone wants it bad enough, they'll pay whatever they're willing to pay. Man.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta run. I will see you all tomorrow on Sparky's chat.
Oh, that's right. Tomorrow, Sparky's doing his thing at 4 my time, 7 Eastern.
Yeah, glad you reminded me.
Yeah, you are doing it, right? Are you going to be on tomorrow?
Well, I thought this was it.
No. Do you know? It's funny too because here we are again. Sorry. I was going to start talking, but Nate was trying to go to bed, I think.
No, the wife just got back home from Bible study, so
Okay.
I was spending some time with her.
Okay. Well, thanks for calling in, Nate. I really appreciate it. We'll see you some other time. All right.
Yep.
All right.
Good night, everyone.
Take care.
Take it easy, Nate. Good to see you, buddy.
Yep.
See you, Just Nate. I love that name.
What I was going to say was, here we are again. We started this thing. I thought, Dave, we would just talk to a couple people and then hang up. It's been 2.5 damn hours.
I know.
This is how my streams normally go, John. I mean, this is typical for me.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna stop. Oh, we're gonna stop. Oh, we're gonna nope.
It happens. I tell you what, it happens to me every time I go live. I started doing these live things. What was it? Maybe a couple of years ago. And, people start asking you questions in the chat window. In this case, we're talking, to each other live on screen. And you just lose track of time because people have stuff to say. And I'm actually interested. I like hearing people's stories.
And to be honest, John, with the issues that we've got right now and where we're at, and a lot of us, and I'm sorry for having to jump out a little bit earlier, but as I said, my other hobby, my bowling hobby, that was my treasurer. We're trying to fix the stat sheets, trying to get them straightened out to where they actually are keeping the stats the way that they're supposed to. But that's who called me. But it's like I told a couple of folks in my bowling league. I said, I've been basically cooped up in the basement for the last 5 months. I said, and when we get to do things like this, now that we've found programs like StreamYard where we can all kind of join in and even have a rotating panel, it helps a lot to be able to talk and be able to let loose, I guess, a little bit. But it's like I said, a lot of us, I think, are in the same boat. It's been a long year.
Yeah. Well, it's the point, because your modeling or your bowling or whatever it is that we normally do is your social outlet. I mean, that's people are social animals, so we kind of need that. I don't know. I mean, it's funny because when I go out and do stuff, or when I'm online doing stuff like this, I mean, I can talk to people. I don't have a problem with it. I like talking to people.
You like talking, that's for sure.
Yeah, but I don't like crowds, and I don't.
No.
If I have a choice to meet someone or not, I'd rather not. I'd rather stay home. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of weird. Like people, they have these tests, right? Are you an introvert or an extrovert? And I think I'm an introverted extrovert, which makes no sense.
Yeah, I'm a digital extrovert, but in-person introvert.
Yeah, but I did sales I've had actually a few sales jobs in my life, and I was always the best at it because I can talk to people. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound conceited, but I won every award that was ever given to any sales position that I've ever had. Went to Hawaii 5 times in the last job out of 10 years, which is unheard of. And I think it's because I am interested in talking to people. Like, it's
I'm glad you're not bragging about it, though.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. It's different though. If you walk into a place and there's a salesperson trying to sell you crap, it.
Oh yeah.
Right? But if someone there is genuinely interested in talking to you, which was me, then you don't feel like you're being sold anything, and you're not being sold anything. They just happen to show you what it is you need because they actually listen to you instead of trying to sell you a bunch of shit. Pardon my French.
Whoa. There it goes.
I think that was Canadian French.
PG-13.
Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying, though? Like, there's a difference between having some schmuck trying to sell you a bunch of crap that you may or may not need, but they're not listening to you because all they can do is see a dollar sign.
Yep.
Compared to someone who actually treat you like a person.
Yeah, and it's funny, John, because my father was a salesman too. I mean, he sold electrical test equipment. That's what he did.
I thought you were going to say electric testicles. Electric.
That's what I heard at first too.
Electronic test equipment. Your multimeters and things of that nature. That's what he sold.
Right. No, I got you.
Boy, his one just.
He sold
Hey, Drew, you might want to hold your ears.
Yeah, I'll keep them closed for a second.
Yeah, he said he's got to take his wife for a walk. So,
but that was one of the things that my father said is you cannot sell to a salesman because he's like, every trick. You can't sell to a salesman; it doesn't work.
Yeah, I see them coming a mile away. Believe me, I've been in sales a long time, or was in sales a long time, and multiple places. So, and we'll go someplace, and our top secret advisor will just be like, "Oh, I want to buy this." I'm like, "No, not from that guy."
Yeah, I hear you. I was in sales for 5 years. I see it all.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I worked with a lot of those guys, and I was sick of it.
The people that give salespeople a bad name? I worked with all of them. People would. It was funny because people would come in, and this is true of every sales job that I had. People would come in, and they would say, as we're signing the papers for them to buy whatever it is, they're like, when we were coming in here, we weren't buying anything. I told my wife outside this wasn't happening today, but you answered our questions and you actually seem like you care about us. Do you know what I mean? And it wasn't just a sales job because the bosses would always be like, oh, the ABCs of closing, always be closing. It's like, no, I don't close. I talk to people, find out what they want. And if we don't have what you need, I will tell you who does, and I will wish you luck. Go there, talk to that guy because he'll actually help you. You know, because I can't help you here. Why would I sell something and have someone pissed at me? You know, later on.
I'll be right back in about 5 minutes.
Oh, all right then. He's gonna go buy something.
Bathroom break.
Right? I just hired Dave to go buy something.
2.5 hours has been a long time without peeing. So.
Oh, right.
So Drew, you're up in northern Delaware?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's like an hour or so from where I'm at.
Oh, where are you at?
Towson, Maryland.
Okay, yeah, that's not far.
Well, you guys are all East Coasters. It's only 7:06 here. I got to eat though pretty soon.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and call the night here.
It's getting to that point too. I wasn't really thinking about it because I'm enjoying the conversation, but now that someone mentioned it, I do have to go take a leak.
Just do a part 2 tomorrow.
You're right. We'll just invade Sparky's channel tomorrow night. We'll be fine.
I said that I had to do a live thing again on the podcast last weekend. I did not expect I would do it this soon, but I don't really think I'm going to do another one this month. I mean, as much as I do like it, though, I kind of like the whole idea of having people being able to call in. And I mean, we're really just talking about all kinds of stuff. We've talked about train stuff, not mostly, but we've talked about train stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's more of a hanging out and just kind of BSing, really. And I'm okay with that.
Well, for anyone out there who's speaking of trains, so I've purchased 3 Broadway Limiteds in the past.
Oh, here we go again.
Couple months. I haven't had any problems.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the first.
You haven't had any problems yet?
I've actually had really good luck with them. So
okay. Well, there's always somebody.
Oh, there's something for everyone. Like I've always had problems with Bachmann stuff.
Oh my god.
So like Bachmann, BLI, you know, more expensive, but I don't know. Just for anyone out there that is like, well, I don't know if I'm gonna get one of those. Then I've had good luck with them, so hopefully you'll have good luck with them too. If not, listen to these guys.
I like them. I mean, I have problems with them, but I don't ditch them. I still put up with it. I mean,
I think they have fabulous detail.
When they work, they're great. And I just put up with them so that they work. I mean, I do like them.
They do have a really nice presentation. I mean, the boxes that they come in and pulling it out, you're like, oh wow, this looks nice. Uh-oh.
Hey, Andy, how did you figure out that yes, the ship that I was on was in Charleston. I was on board back in 89 to 92, but now it sits up in the Philadelphia Naval Yard, waiting for its next assignment. Probably be used as a target.
Well, they do that, right? When they're done with them.
Yeah.
Let's practice on one of our own ships. We don't need it anymore. We'll just pollute the ocean with it. That's okay. It's a big ocean.
Well, the wild thing of it is they actually there was a missile launcher on the front, and they took that off, and that was what we used to call it, the one-armed bandit. But that had been taken off. I'm guessing that was the late 90s, early 2000 when they got rid of that.
So you were in the Navy though, Ray?
Yes.
Were you? Cool.
Yeah. 4 years.
How many?
4 years.
Okay. So you just did the normal enlistment thing and got out when your time was up?
Basically, yeah, pretty much. I was in from 88 to 92 and spent, I was actually in Charleston, South Carolina when Hurricane Hugo went through. September 21st and 22nd, 1989. I won't forget it because that was the first and last time I hope I ever have to be inside of a Cat 5 hurricane.
That was
enough.
Yeah.
Once
is that the one that they made that movie about, The Perfect Storm, or was that a different one?
No, that was something different.
Oh.
But yeah, that was a mess. I'll never forget how bad that place got tore apart when, you know, of course you're familiar, John. You're out on the West Coast. The big container cranes that they use to take the cranes off or the containers off the ships.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're in every port out here.
Yeah, well, I've got pictures of them twisted up like a pretzel.
Yeah, and those things are huge and heavy too. So that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got the magazines that they put out after the fact, because not everybody could get out, obviously, but they actually showed, what the Port of Charleston looked like after Hurricane Hugo went through. And literally, those container cranes are just twisted like a pretzel. And you're talking heavy gauge steel.
Right.
It was just amazing. And when we drove out 95, all the pine trees on either side of I-95 going north, it looked like somebody had just taken a chainsaw and just cut every one of them like 6 feet off the ground.
Right.
It was insane. So, but yeah, it's like I tell folks, there's days I miss it. There's days I'm glad I'm not a part of that anymore. But I spent 6 months over in the Persian Gulf after the first Gulf War broke out.
Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because it was 91, wasn't it?
Yep. Yeah, I won't forget it. That was 2 days before my birthday, 1991, when they started the ground war.
Right. You were just a year into that, I guess, at the end of your deal.
Yep.
It's crazy. Hey, we got someone else calling in. Imagine that.
Cool.
I'm just about ready to wrap things up, and people are calling in. What are we supposed to do? I did notice, Dave, you look a lot more relieved there. You feel better?
I just went in to get a drink.
we thought you were unloading, not loading.
Nope, still loading.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Andy, I appreciate you noticing that, though.
Yeah, I do got to ask. One of the reasons why we started this stream was to let me know how my video quality is. So, anybody in the chat that's been here for a while or now, has it gone blurry at all or anything? Because we get chatting and stuff like that. I'm not watching it too much.
It looks good except for the guy with the glasses.
It's been good the whole time.
Yeah, it looks actually really good.
Yeah, it's been good the whole time.
Cool.
So we're gonna bring in my buddy James here. Give me a second here. Let me bring him up.
Is it James?
Let me know
Hey,
how
guys.
my video quality. Hey, there he is.
Look, there he is.
The chat has been here for a while or
The
now.
LED guy.
Has it gone blurry at all or anything? Got to mute his YouTube.
The mute there, buddy.
I'm not watching.
Oh, yeah, hang on a second. Sorry. I didn't realize what was going on there, but James, can you mute your other YouTube channel or YouTube tab that's open?
Yeah, right. I just killed it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was you guys. So why am I watching you if I'm calling in, right?
Yeah. So welcome. How you doing? This will be good practice because we're going to do a thing here. When is that? Are you on the first round of
On the 20th? Yeah.
Cool. So we can do a little practice here. You can see it's pretty easy. Log on. All you need is the link.
Right.
By the way, did you get an email from me yesterday telling
Yes,
people?
I did.
Okay, cool. Cool.
Yeah.
So do you guys know James? You can introduce yourself, James. I'm in case these guys, I'm sure everybody must know who you are.
Hi, I'm James. I've done a lot of things with What's Neat over this last year or so, year and a half, and done a lot of LED locomotives and locomotive installs. It's kind of what I do. Someday I'll have a layout where I can run them all, but for now it's just been working on locomotives and different projects.
Working on models.
Yeah.
That little trackmobile is pretty damn cool.
Yeah, that came out really nicely. I'm just hoping James likes it and that it'll last well for him.
I'm getting messages from inside. Let's see. It's from our top secret person. Apparently, there's food inside for me. So why don't I put myself in the basement and you guys can talk for a minute and I'll come back with some food.
I missed my food opportunity like 2 hours ago.
Sorry, everybody talked all at once. Is that okay with you guys?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, I hate to end the stream because James just got here.
I just got off a conference call, so
we're just like, hey, James, all right, we're ending the stream now. Bye. I'll be right back, guys.
So, James, with that trackmobile, how many hours did you actually put into that? Because it turned out really good.
It was a heck of a lot of time put into it. And one of the reasons was I had to. I mean, first of all, I was was perhaps using a wrong strategy, but I was drilling as small a hole as possible into the metal in order to string the LEDs through. And so that, I think to a greater extent than plastic, resulted in the LED circuits being broken or the connections being broken.
Yeah.
So that took quite a lot of time there. Then there was the programming aspect that has an A-Tiny 13 chip in it that powers the strobes. The decoder in it is a Tsunami 1100, or the Tsunami 2. It's that N-scale decoder size, which is only 4 function. And so I added an A-Tiny 13 chip to one of those functions so that I could do the strobes off of just one function and have them flashing separately, because you'd never activate just one strobe or the other. They'd always be running as a pair. So that took some time to figure out the programming for that, and my wife actually helped me figure the program or the coding out for how to do that, because you have to do I guess what's called millis timing. That is, it's an Arduino based programming, and so is with. Whereas with the Blink program on our Arduino, you have set your LED on, delay 1 second, set LED off, delay 1 second, or delay 1000. In this case, you want the timer to run, and the problem is when you have a delay like that, that means it's not going to do anything else for the delay.
Right.
Its function during that delay is counting that delay. And so what you want to do with your timing is set up the timer so that it's actually counting where the Arduino is at, the number of seconds that it's been active, the number of milliseconds, and then activating only when that certain time is reached, and then shutting off at that later time. So you're not delaying anything. You're not setting a delay function or anything. So figuring out how to get that language translated, as you can imagine, was a pretty big complication for me. Although my wife came along after I'd spent 3 days on it and got me through in like 3 minutes.
I'm just going to branch off on that part, James. Do you have a lot of electronics in your background in programming?
Not really. I was a historian until I couldn't get my dissertation together. So
left and right.
Yeah. So that's so this is something that I've just sort of taken up with model railroading, looking at I think it was on one of the forums, someone had posted something about doing a welder with Arduino, and so I just started researching that and looking at it as a relatively cost-effective way to do a great number of things on the layout, like not just that welding fire, but I've done an entire grade crossing system with that, or the DC3 project I did about 1.5 years ago. I actually programmed a motor startup sequence for this Walther's HO scale DC3, where I use these little tiny, I'm not sure if they're drone motors or if they're cell phone vibrator motors that I actually put into the nacelles of that DC3. And so it turns the props. And I programmed them to start up in a sequence that looks realistic.
Now you're talking complete French to me. You know that, right?
Okay.
To a lot of people. So
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm sure.
So you really get into the detail. Now, what brings you to that aspect of your modeling? Why do you want to go into that much detail?
Well, to some aspect, it's just, I think what I started off with, I had all these old models that I grew up with, like these old, and they were good models. They were Katos, the GP7s, the Cotto Stewart F units, and those sorts of things. And then I was looking at the new Atherns that were coming out on the market, the new Athern Genesis, right? I gave up model railroading 20 years ago when I went to college, and so I was getting back into the hobby, but also not wanting to, shell out, $200 or $300 for a new, very well detailed locomotive with everything you could possibly want right on there. I thought, well, why don't I bring my old stuff with me, convert it up, and see what I can do with it. And so that's sort of where it started. And so then it sort of branched into, little modeling projects like this DC3, where I was like, well, why don't I see if I can take it and make the motors turn, make it light it up, bring it to life, kind of thing.
Wow, cool.
And it sounds like something that the Miniature Wonderland was trying there for a while with their airport.
Oh yeah, that is. I've been there.
Everything that goes on there is beyond me.
Say what now?
Everything so Miniature Wonderland in Germany, everything that goes on there, like they have cars, and it's not the Magna Rail system. They have like computers inside of the cars that drive the cars around. I'm like, I have no understanding of that.
Oh, it's amazing.
It is.
What all they have, everything controlled from a central computer bank where they have a couple employees sitting in front of this bank of monitors, just kind of looking at everything, making sure everything's going all right. The two brothers who founded Miniature Wonderland, they were computer programmers first.
Okay.
And they took their talents to model railroading with the idea that if they could have this animated fantasy place, that they would have a huge audience. And they were right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's on my bucket list of things to do, is to go over and see that. I mean, it's just
absolutely.
Obviously, the video I don't think does it justice. I mean, that is just an unbelievable setup that they've got going over there. And I know they just put up something the other day. They're still working on trying to get the track for Monaco to work.
Formula One, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's the computer savvy way of doing it, like there. But then I don't know if you guys know, there's the place in Pennsylvania, I forget what it's called, where they do it all analog, but it's this huge warehouse of this one guy's vision, and they planned the whole layout out. They had a book like this thick about all their plans.
You're not talking about Northlands, are you?
Northlands, yeah.
Yeah, that's over in New Jersey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. As soon as you said it was a book, that I'm like, I know which one you're talking about. That's another one of those bucket list items.
It's the same. I've been. It's really cool. It's a lot to take in. You definitely have to do a few laps. But the point is, it's a different approach to it, because in Miniature Wonderland in Germany, everything's computerized, everything's advanced and complicated. But at this place in New Jersey, everything's just analog, and I don't want to say it's simple to understand, but it's a lot of simple things put together into something not simple at all.
Yeah. See, and I must still be old school type thing, because that's the way I want my layout to still be. Like, yeah, I'm going to have the tortoises and a few electronically controlled switches and stuff. That's the things you can't actually reach or anything. But when it comes to my main level, I want all the caboose throws and just everything to be as manual as it can be. So, like, I can never understand this computer running. There's a couple in the UK, a couple channels that you watch in the UK. The guy goes up to his attic, turns on his computer, hits a program, and sits back and watches his trains run. And they all come into the station, go out of the station, do this, do that. They switch here, they switch there. It's like, you're not doing anything. Why do you want this?
Yeah. I can see a couple. Like, it depends on what you're interested in, right? Like, if you're wanting to get into operations and sort of, run your trains, serve your little businesses, and use the actual operation of your locomotive sort of as your entertainment, then you're going to want to do it more manually. But if you're wanting to sort of do virtual rail fanning, and just watch trains and watch it happen, that would like I know Ken Patterson likes to do a lot of that, where he'll just have a train running around his basement at about 15 mile an hour all evening long, or all, even all day long. And he just likes kind of having it as that ambient thing. So if you want the ambience of it, then the automated might be the way to go.
Mm-hmm.
But
and it's one of the things with well, Sparky's got it, and with the way that this monster is that's developing behind me, I can come down here and I can set it up to let 2 trains just circle the thing, and it'll take them about 1 minute and 45 seconds to circle the whole layout. However, if I've got folks that are wanting to do operations and actually want to see the trains in their actual, I guess, in their miniature environment, yeah, I can turn around, flip a couple switches, and the next thing we know, we're running trains to different industries, and the passenger trains are stopping at stations and things of that nature. So I got lucky with this one. It's kind of where I was leading a long time ago, where I've got the operation and I've got the continuous run together. Yeah, granted, I can only run 2 trains at a time, unlike Dave, who can run 6 or 8 or more.
I can run 8.
Yeah, I mean, which is fine. It's just with this here, it's like I don't have the need to go that deep. So it's been fun. I mean, like people have heard me talk about it. I mean, for me, of course, because of the showstopper, for me to do an operating session takes me anywhere between 5 to 6.5 hours by myself to run an operating session on this thing.
I've said it before, though, you are a little slow. So.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was commenting that the software they use is Railware at Miniature Wonderland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Railware. And at any rate, I know that something similar is available commercially that you can basically have. It's like an indoor GPS control for every device on your layout, and that goes not only for the locomotives but for the cars, so that you can have motorized cars driving on your roads, just like they have at Miniature Wonderland, but they won't crash into each other, and they won't get into grade crossing collisions, and they'll sort of respond to each other. Now, the one thing I thought that might be neat with that is if you had a combination of that automated versus having someone with their own remote control kind of getting into the automated system and seeing how that could monkey up the works, and
That's kind of the way I've got my layout planned. Like, it takes 22 minutes to get all the way around my full loop.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to do for when I actually do operations and stuff, get it all set up. This is my dream, is have 2 trains running the main line all the time, and then me doing switching operations and stuff in the background. And you have to make way for your main line. So, but again, nothing computerized. I don't see myself actually going that route yet, but the more advanced that it's starting to get, the easier it seems to use, I guess, or to initiate, I guess, is maybe one way of saying that. So,
yeah. To me, I just like being able to follow the train and be able to do, get it to do whatever operation it needs to be done, and but then that's one of the things that does become. Well, last night I went ahead and yesterday I ran half an op session, and when you've got the local switchers and then you've got the passenger trains that have to pass by it, and you're down here by yourself, well, then you have to stop what you're doing with the one train to go ahead and move the other train.
Right. Right. So in that sense, the automated trains can actually sort of amplify what you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's fun when you have 20 guys on a huge layout doing a big operating session. It's just a whole different aspect of the hobby.
Yeah. For years I had the loops. I had you turned on the train, you went ahead and you flipped the switch and you watched the trains run around, and after about 5-10 minutes, everybody went and oh yeah, that's kind of neat. Okay, fine. And they'd walk out the room. With this one here, and I've got guys around me that, well, between my other hobby, some of the guys I work with, they're like, they're waiting for everything to start lifting where they can come over, and because they're like, they've seen what I've been doing with it. They're like, we want to help you operate the thing because it's going to take to do it realistically. It would probably take 6 or 7 people to do it realistically, because you've got 2 hidden yards in the back, and then you've got the mainline trains. You'll have a dispatcher, and then you've got a guy that runs the other yard on the main part of the layout. So it's going to take a few people to run it the right way.
Now that fridge is still by the dispatcher, right?
What's that?
I said the fridge is still by the dispatcher table?
Yeah, the dispatcher station is still at the bar, Sparky.
So, James, in another question I got for you then, you said you don't have a layout. You got plans for one, or?
Well, I've sort of been toying with the idea of doing something modular. You know, getting started off with 8 feet at a time, sort of doing that sort of thing, adding corners in the end. But like the problem is currently I don't have the space for much of a layout. I have a 4x4 test loop, I guess, for all the projects, and that's about the extent of it. But I have thought about what it might start to look like, and it would probably be, something Midwestern grain hauling kind of thing. Probably South Central Kansas or something like that, where I grew up.
So you're close to Kent Patterson?
Yeah. I'm maybe about 20 minutes by car.
Yeah, so a lot of your projects you can just take over there anyway and test out and stuff. So
right, yeah, right, and I've been operating over at K10's model trains, which, assuming all that survives COVID, he has a big layout as part of his. He has a model train store there in Maryville, Illinois, just across the river, about 40 minutes from me. And he has a 60-foot by 70-foot layout space.
Wow.
So just enormous. And he had this built with 2 things in mind. He wanted to have sort of prototypical, sort of cutting-edge construction on this layout. But he also wanted it to be a good layout to introduce kids to the hobby. And so the 3rd Thursday of every month during normal times, hasn't happened obviously since February, but he would have operations nights where you'd come out, you'd get assigned to train, and do that whole thing. But on the first Sunday of every month, or every Sunday in December, he would have open operating sessions where kids of all ages basically could come and get a throttle and run a train. The idea, like, just make it a layout that's friendly for all ages, that all ages can sort of see what they're doing and bring people into the hobby that way.
Yeah, and that's pretty easy to do actually too. It doesn't matter what size your layout is or how complicated it really is. If you want to make it kid friendly and new person friendly, remove some of the rolling stock.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't look as overpowering then. Give them a train and say, go switch these 3 cars in a certain spot.
Yeah.
And it can really get people hooked pretty quick. So
yeah. But, the Sunday sessions amount to basically a racetrack that everyone has a locomotive in the trains and they're all chasing each other around the giant loop, which is kind of fun. And I mean, there have been days when they've seen, I think pretty close to 70 kids, coming in at one point or another during a 4-hour period that they're open. So it's pretty impressive.
And I think we've all talked about it before too. I mean, that's one of the biggest things is getting the younger generation, and it's good to see, Drew in here, for instance, because they're the future of the hobby. And if we push younger kids away, hey, don't touch that, then the hobby is just going to disappear. We have to embrace and show them how it's done, and move on from there. I mean, it's that. I think that's that. Unfortunately, I think that's lost on some folks. But I like Sparky's idea. You know, you give them a train with 2 or 3 cars and say, "Hey, go ahead and drop these off over here."
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a wonderful idea.
Well, that's all it really takes, right? And if you get rid of all the other rolling stock, or like, you can have some of it out there, but don't have your layout, right? And then it doesn't look as overbearing. So when they come out, it's more fun. Then it's not a job; they're just horsing around. And like James says, and I've had it here, the kids get on the layout, and you get 3 trains running, and they're trying to catch each other. So
they are. They seriously are going top throttle.
Well, I just did it on my last live stream on Sunday. I was trying to catch one of my trains, and I ended up hitting it, but I actually hit it quite hard.
The best of us.
And there's inevitably that one group of kids, you know, they'll bring some rolling stock along, and you can run your own equipment on this layout too, but it'll have issues and hold up the whole show. And
Yep. Well, gentlemen, unfortunately I need to call tonight. I appreciate you know.
Me too. It's
11 here, John. Thanks for having me in, and Sparky and Drew and James. Nice to meet you guys. To everybody in chat, good talking, good chatting. You all have a good evening, and we'll talk to you all in the future.
Hey, come on, catch line.
Thanks for calling in.
Yep.
You got a catchphrase.
Yeah.
Ray, come on. You got to use the catchphrase.
What? Wait for the highball. Green tracks ahead. We'll catch y'all next time. See ya.
There you go. Now go away.
Okay, Dave. Take it easy, folks.
See ya.
See ya.
Cool. It's 11 for me too, so I'm gonna hang up. Thanks for putting up with me.
Oh, you guys are lightweight. It's only 7:30.
Drew, before you take off, like, I do have a couple of questions. Your new channel, just getting started, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But what's your plans for your layout and future videos, and what do you see your channel becoming?
Yeah, so I looked at my videos I had last night, and I was just kind of looking at them, and I'm like, what did I do? And I was kind of cringing just a bit, because looking back, there was not a pattern. Like, my plan has always been, I'm going to do some kind of videos showing projects and like how I did stuff, and then some interviews. And I looked and I'm like, that's not at all what I've been doing. So a week ago, I kind of invested in Final Cut Pro, and I posted, I think it was like a video every day last week, kind of just me fooling with it and learning how to use it. And I just kind of put stuff up there. So yeah, I'm working on a series about how I built a garden railroad in the next coming weeks, and I'm going to keep doing interviews. So we'll just kind of see where that goes. But I'm definitely going to try to pattern.
James Regier right there. There's a good interview for you.
Who?
The guy right beside you.
Oh, okay. I would ask you for an email address or a phone number, but I don't think this is a good place to do that.
Hey, James, I was curious about something.
Sure.
Because I've heard people say your last names all different ways. How do you say your last name?
Regier.
Okay.
Regier. Okay.
Yeah, Regier. Okay. I'll have to remember that because I've heard
Right.
Regier.
Yeah.
I'm sure it looks like a French name. It's probably Regier or something, I would imagine, or Regier or something like this.
You know, I've heard it had Belgian origin, but that would have been centuries ago. It's the latest was it would have been Flemish, so it wouldn't have had the French pronunciation to it either.
Oh, interesting. So Regier probably is right in line with the way it was originally intended to be.
Yeah.
Cool.
And there's in fact a few different spellings of that name. There's also Regeher, pronounced the same way.
Huh.
EHR, yeah.
I would expect that to be like Regier or something.
Yeah.
But you know, who knows?
Yeah.
Different languages, you never know for sure.
And it was, at some point in Prussia, that segment of the family just started spelling it different for whatever reason.
Maybe they were trying to pass off as being French.
Maybe. I don't know.
Well, if your name had been Jacques, we would have known for sure.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, man. So what other plans do you have coming up with your, I mean, I saw you did the Trackmobile. So do you have any other projects you're working on?
Well, so far I've been doing some maintenance projects that I've been sort of deferring while I've been on this Trackmobile project. One of the things that I've just done recently, I'll see if I have a sample here, and it probably won't translate very well onto video anyway, but I've been working on like sort of speaker box designs.
Okay.
To try and put the right grooves and shapes into the interior of the speaker box to try and maximize bass and mid range, because these sugar cubes, they get a great range of sound, but the bass is still not that great for that small of a speaker. And doubling it up doesn't, in some ways it helps. It produces a broader bass for the sound to come out of the unit, but it also divides the wattage that you have between the speakers, and it divides the makes them each a little bit less powerful.
Right.
So I've just been experimenting with that sort of thing because I have a 3D printer on hand. So I've just been a lot of tinkering, really.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's half the fun, and that's what a lot of people just like to do that, and that's
right.
Okay. Right.
And that's really how I've gotten into all the detailing and LEDs and stuff like that. I was like, well, shoot, I got 6 or 8 lighting functions on this decoder. What can I do with them? Let's see what I can make this thing do.
Exactly. I've seen some really cool modern or more modern-ish diesels where the people have put the lights in the control stand, or in whatever monitors or whatever are on the control stand of the locomotive, and I've seen that done to really great effect. Some of them just look really good, I saw that rolling down. Now it's a little, and if you think about it, it's a little unrealistic because you would never see that because we're never at the right angle. We're always below the thing,
Right.
But it kind of looks cool driving past you on a layout. I'll tell you that.
Right.
That's what Rapido has a product coming up. It's just the deadline for pre-orders passed. Their M420, and I don't know how they're going to do the lighting functions because they have 6 so they have the full set of marker lights, so red, white, green on the front and the back, then the headlights, the step lights, the inspection lights, and the cab light. That's way more than 8 lighting effects, so I'm eager to see how they do that.
Yeah, people though, they are absolute wizards with the stuff that they do. I mean,
they're out there.
Do you know if they're still using ESU decoders, or aren't they? I think they're
in fact,
they're not switching.
They're TCS.
Switching in TCS. So Jason Schron made it really clear they don't want to stop with ESU, but they're going to kind of mix it in. So I don't know if that means over time they're going to.
So they're adding TCS to the certain locomotives.
Yeah.
It's going to depend.
I think it might eventually be a full transition, but
that's what I'm thinking too.
They don't want.
It'd be odd that they would just
for sure wouldn't want the ESU people to feel like they're suddenly going to lose support or like be abandoned.
Oh, I see. That's right, because Rapido actually has unit or prototype specific sounds just for their models.
Yeah, that they record themselves.
Yeah, I don't think that they would want, although I don't know why it would matter to them. I mean, but to have ESU have those sound files on their site, it seems like that would just be a great place for it to me. Like I know guys who desperately want the RDC sounds.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah. People want that on the ESU site so that they can, download it and put it into whatever RDC they have. I mean, maybe the idea for Rapido is that they don't want people taking their sound and adding it to a decoder that's in some substandard RDC model, because there were other RDCs that came out.
Well, I think it's I think it's probably part of the tremendous research and development investment that they put out with this whole thing, and so they don't want to give up that intellectual property if they can help it.
Yeah, and they do.
Yeah.
They do a lot of their own recordings, I'm sure.
Yeah, Jason does do a lot of his own stuff because Jason does seem to buy a lot of the real locomotive that he's going to scale down. But the one thing, I have met Jason a couple times, and the one thing that I have kind of found or thought of him is he doesn't like stepping on people's toes. So if he's going to move to something new, he doesn't want to lose what's old to him because he knows he's going to have to come back to that at some point. So he's always leaving doors open behind him. He doesn't close anything. So,
well, that's a good way to be if you can manage it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been pretty excited watching the progress of their PA project.
Yeah.
Just the thought that the scanner that they had doing, they're in Seattle. Was it? Is that where the nickel plate PA is based? At any rate, they were doing their 3D scan of it, and it was sensitive enough to detect the layers of paint on that locomotive that, it's like...
We could do the paint with the 3D scan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rapido is definitely a very serious company, and they take their models, and you can tell when you see them. They're just really good. I mean, I think...
They sound great, they look great, and they pull pretty good, too.
Yeah, I think of Rapido as being among the best of the best.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as plastic mass-produced models go.
The other thing I like about Jason Schron is he's very passionate about it.
Yeah.
So when he wants a model for himself, he's pretty sure the public wants it too. And even if they don't, he's had a couple models he's lost his shirt on, but he still loves them. And he's going to do them. Jason is going to do what he wants to do to bring it to the modelers. Simple.
And he's open about it too. I feel like a lot of these companies are just behind a curtain, but he's very out and open about everything.
I just really love how thoroughly and unapologetically nerdy they are in the whole process. Like,
and they are in real life too. So
yeah, oh yeah, no, so am I. I just like I just like that. Yeah.
There's still 30 people watching this, and it's 3 hours later. So
I know, I can't believe, every time, it seems like every time I do another live stream, whatever it is, we go longer than the last time. Now, there was an exception last month when I did that first ever call-in show like this. I think we only went for 2 hours or 2 hours and 10 minutes or something like that. It's been 3 hours and 17 minutes right now.
Is this your longest live stream?
I think this might be the longest live stream I've ever done.
We set a record. We need to get shirts.
This might be on Jeopardy someday.
Yeah. It was the longest TSG video.
Yeah.
And of course, Sparky was on it, so that's why.
Yeah.
You're the Iron Man. I'm surprised you're still awake. Did you have tomorrow off or something?
That's the thing I'm finding really funny when we were talking about getting this thing going. Like, I just sent you the picture of what my streaming capabilities were now, and you're like, you want to test it? I don't have time to test it, John. Maybe we can do it another time. And here I am 3 hours later. It's like, I'm glad I didn't have time.
To be fair, Dave, it's actually 4 hours after that conversation took place. Well, sorry. I mean, you stayed, though, so it must have been all right.
Oh, hey, I'm having a great time, so this is cool. I like this format that you've got going of people calling in and stuff like that. So,
and it's not that hard to manage, really. I mean, just if somebody's calling in that you don't know, just have your hand on the button, just in case they go crazy on you or something.
In case they ask for a Mo, just like the first call.
Exactly. Remember Mo? Who's that? No, my first ever crank call.
We don't talk about Mo.
We don't need to talk about Mo. James is looking confused. Some guy, James, the last time I was on a live call-in thing like this, crank called me. He asked for Mo.
The first call.
Yeah, it was actually the second call. Andy was the first call. I'll never forget it because Andy came on and I said, "What's on your mind?" And he said, "Nothing." So some guy calls in, James, and says, "Hey, I want to talk to Mo." I'm like, "What?" He says, "Isn't Mo there?" Like, who are you talking about? He says, "Mo." Mo Lester? I'm like, oh, please. That was really third grade, but it was funny. I laughed my ass off.
Well, you, if I get my hands on you, I'm going to.
It was funny, and I told this story on that stream. I told people, I don't know if you've ever listened to talk radio in the old days when they didn't have long delays, but I was one of the guys crank calling those radio talk shows. And what we would do is we'd hit record on the radio, on the boombox, and record what came out live on the air. And then we'd be on the phone, waiting to talk. And when they answered, I mean, we did all kinds of stuff. We're playing recorded farts on the thing, or, burping on her, or just going, going crazy.
Hey,
And,
John, John, do you got Tom in the basement right now?
Let me see what this says. For you about TSG. Are you ready for it from here in the basement? I don't know what that means. Ready for what, Tom? I don't understand what that means.
Uh-oh, this could be a...
Maybe he wants to call. I don't know.
Tom, come on up, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put the link out here again if anybody wants to call in. Although, to be honest, I'm getting pretty done with this.
Yeah.
I mean, I've gone for a long time before, but this is getting to be a little much. 3 hours and 20 some odd minutes. I mean, really feel bad for you guys on the East Coast.
I got an electric car that I have.
Yeah, it's 10:52, so.
It's only, I guess it is. What did you say, Dave, about electric? Oh, is your car electric that you're using?
Yeah, it's really weird too. I turned it on when I'm pulling out of the rental place, Enterprise, and I turn the key, and I'm like, "Hey, dude, how do you start this?" He's like, "It started." I'm like, no, it ain't. I don't hear nothing.
Is it one of those that has a gas motor too? So when the battery dies, it kicks on the gas?
Yeah, it's a Hyundai something.
Yeah. There's some pretty cool cars out these days that are part electric. One of the cool things about electric cars is that they have a lot of pickup, man. You put the gas or put the battery pedal down in one of those things and they go.
Yeah, the torque of that motor is much better than what your internal combustion can get.
Yeah, it's an instant torque. It doesn't care. That's why locomotives are built the way they are.
Yeah.
The diesel electric locomotives, right? Because
you think this is a train channel or something? Why'd you go to trains?
Yeah, sorry about that. It's almost like I had
crack mine.
I do find it kind of interesting. One thing you guys will probably enjoy, I have a video coming out next weekend that's about the Niles Canyon Railway. So I think I told you, Dave, I don't remember, but I'll tell you now if I didn't. I went around the yard with their current president, Henry, and he showed off some of their sort of custom equipment that they've built. And also we looked at some of their current and ongoing projects, as well as some of their currently operating locomotives as well. And one of the things that he shows is a generator out of a GP7. And this thing is about 5 or 6 feet tall. It's this big round thing, right? And he says, as he's standing there, that it weighs 14,000 pounds. And I'm looking at it going, that thing is huge. So they had to remove it out of the Jeep 7 themselves, which required cranes and other kind of stuff. And it's just like, I can't even imagine a job of that scope. But they're out there doing that stuff day in and day out. It's pretty remarkable when you think about it.
Wow.
I gotta find the video I got of that yard and just post it all. I probably took about 10 videos when I was roaming around, and I don't know what was I back there, but an hour and a half. And that yard at Niles Canyon has anything and everything in it, from tank cars, box cars, F units, steam locomotives, older diesels. I could have stayed there for a day walking around that stuff. So
a lot of that stuff is gone because excuse me, part of the collection that was there belonged to a different group, but they're gone now, and most of their equipment is gone too.
Oh no.
So, well, I mean, no, it's actually a good thing for the PLA that operates the Niles Canyon Railway, because all that other equipment was kind of clogging up the yard to where they couldn't move things in and out to work on it as easily. So they had kind of a strained relationship with the other group. So, that was kind of an unfortunate thing because they had a lot of very relevant equipment that they brought over to Niles Canyon, but they ended up having to go because the groups didn't get along together.
Well, there was a lot of stuff there that would never ever operate again. So.
Well, we say that, but they've brought back some pretty decrepit stuff. So I've learned to never say never. Now, some things I think it's safe because the people that have them have no interest in making them work again, such as 3985. I mean, if anybody could make 3985 work again, and if anybody ever would have a vested interest in doing that, it would be UP. They probably have the money for it too, but they just don't have it in their plans to ever make it run again. So it probably won't. I mean, I guess if 844 or if 4014 stopped working in, 20 years or 10 years or whatever, I suppose they might consider bringing 3985 back, but it's not in the cards right now.
So I'm just looking through the chat there, and Humanity Junction's asking if James has his own YouTube channel.
He should.
Sort of. I mean, I haven't put much up in more than a year. So it's J Regeer 80 is the YouTube channel. But I haven't actually done much with it. I've been thinking maybe I'll do something, but I've been busy with other projects. For me, actually, a lot of the videos that I've done have been with Ken, at least over this past year, and I think I've done more videos during this past year than I've really ever done. Like if you look before that, I didn't do them prolifically. Like I like doing the projects. The videos are kind of the it's nice sharing it with the world, like how something works, or if I've learned something, I like sharing that. But there's not quite as much joy for me in the video production as in the doing the project.
We were talking about that earlier and how much harder it is to get stuff done when you're having to worry about the cameras and the lights and the microphones and all that.
Right. Exactly. Is this in focus? Is this yeah.
Sound familiar, guys? I think that was exactly what I said earlier. Is it in focus?
Yeah. The camera really does take over your modeling. Like doing the YouTube aspect is a whole new hobby on its own. So.
Yeah, if you decide ever to do that, though, James, you're always welcome to pick my brain on production stuff. I'd be happy to help you anytime.
Sure.
Trust me, stay away from iMovie. It's worth the money to do Final Cut Pro.
Right, if you use Macs. I don't know. Do you use a Mac, James, or do you use a PC?
I've used Macs. I've used iMovie so far. So
okay. Well, I mean,
iMovie works great. Like it.
Depends
I mean that seriously. Like it does what you need it to.
Yeah.
And Pasta Bio, a lot of the parts that were in that yard might have been used for restoration of other things. I should go back and find those videos and post them. Like the time I spent with John at Niles Canyon, and he was in talking to the owner and stuff like that, and I was just roaming the yard freely. And good hour and a half, I'm telling you, I got a lot of I think it's good footage, but somebody that's not into trains at all would look at it and say, wow, what a pile of junk. Like there's some video that I took, I was looking down at it, there's trees growing out of steam locomotives. So that's how old some of that stuff was sitting there. But it's an amazing place, and if anybody is around the Niles Canyon area, watch some of John's video. He'll tell you exactly where they are. Go. The place is awesome. That's all I'm going to say. So,
it's interesting that they don't even look at that as a railroad as much as it is a museum. That entire place, the entire right-of-way, their entire collection, everything is treated as a museum. And it is. It's an operating museum. And it is pretty cool. They have a lot of very interesting equipment there. And the other thing that's really cool about it is that someone there knows all the history behind whatever you're looking at. Now, it may not be the same guy who knows everything about everything, and a lot of that stuff is privately owned by members. So it's pretty cool though. Something I was going to tell you, Dave, that you'll be happy to know for the next time whenever you come out here again is I have a key now to the yard. So yeah, so we don't have to wait for someone else to open the gate or, dick around waiting for something to happen. We can actually get in if we need to or if we want to. So, but that was a cool trip, though. I remember we were talking with Wes, the guy that owns the Yosemite Valley 330. We were talking to him while you were out wandering around. It was funny. We were talking to him, and I forgot you were there. And then you came, showed back up. I'm like, oh, that's right. That's why we're here. The hoser in the yard.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I roamed around the yard and stuff like that for that amount of time. And I ended up back up at the gate. And I'm sitting there, and it's like, where the heck did everybody go? So finally I had to text John. It's like, dude, are you still here?
Oh, we had fun that week.
Oh, I did. I loved it. So,
yep. All right. Well, I keep adding little notes in the chat asking if anybody wants to join the call, and it seems like no one's joining. But what's funny? We got more people watching still.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, wow.
I don't know who would still be here besides like the four of us.
I would have signed off a long time ago, guys.
Me too. I think I tapped out like a half an hour ago, but I'm still here anyway. So
Yeah, you just wasted a perfectly good 3.5 hours.
yeah, if anybody watched the whole thing, I mean,
Yeah, you started saying goodbye a while ago, Drew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I look at it this way. If this was my stream, John, you would just be showing up. So
Probably, yeah. Or I'd show up tomorrow and be like, where's everybody?
Yeah.
you be in the comments.
Probably, yeah. There's a group that it's a Zoom call, right? That's done by Kevin Rubel, the Caboose Hobbies guy.
Yeah.
And Michelle's part of it. And it's I forget what they call it, OS check-in. That's what it is. And they've recently changed times and dates. They were doing it on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday for a while. And then they switched to Wednesday and Friday. So like there's not even a similar day anymore. Like they're on totally different days and everything. And I am known for showing up to that late. Like I'll show up they were supposed to start at 4:30 and I'm showing up like at 6:30 and there's like a couple stragglers left over talking. And I'm like, where is everybody? They're like, we started the meeting 2 hours ago. Where have you been? I was just like, oh, well, I'm logging in for last time, That's the joke, I think I've been on time once or twice to it, and people can't believe it. They're like, oh, am I late? He's here,
A couple new people. You got Roy Reynolds in the chat. I am RRO.com. So Eric.
Okay.
Nolan,
right.
And
Yeah.
Northdale Model Railroad Club.
That's
me.
That's true.
Oh, get out of there. Stop talking in the chat.
We don't get to watch ourselves and count it.
You look new to me, man.
Well, I'm trying to, I can't copy text out of our chat window here because when I do it, it asks me if I want to show, this thing.
Yeah, it'll ask you to share the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's a question for you, Drew. Look at that.
I just answered it in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been there twice, but not recently. So
Here's the answer, everybody. Where did
Yeah.
it go? Here it is.
there we go.
I'm getting a little slow, guys.
Can I ask why? Why does he want to know? Is he?
Yeah, don't know.
Is he still in the chat?
Don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
So, John, when everybody shows up in the chat, everybody shows up in the chat, you always ask them one question. You haven't asked James yet. You just left.
Oh.
What's on your mind, James?
Oh God.
I've asked everybody that came onto the show what's on your mind. So do you have anything on your mind other than what we've been talking about?
Oh, I can't say that I do. No.
Okay.
Trains.
I didn't want to let Dave down, so I had to ask you the question.
Awesome. Nothing.
I'm just trying to be consistent. Oh, man. Someone's talking about one of your other favorite places in here. Dave, look at this. You see that?
No, what? Oh, I missed that.
The museum in Sacramento, remember? You liked that too.
Yeah. Everything we did when I was down there was awesome. So
yeah, we had a good time. And when Alvin came out, we did a lot of this. Well, we did some of the same stuff, but he did not get to see Niles Canyon. So you got a one up on him on that one. But there was nothing running. It was in the middle of winter. They had just finished their Train of Lights, which is their big thing. I just thought of something. I should mention this in case anybody watches 3 hours and 35 minutes of this crap later. Niles Canyon is running steam trains this coming weekend. So
nice.
The 12th, I think. Yeah, the 12th and the 13th. And then they're going to run them again the following weekend on the 19th and the 20th. And if you're interested in getting tickets, you have to get the tickets online because they have to know how many people are going before the trains run so that they can properly distance everybody. Because one of the requirements to the running is it has to be socially distanced and everyone has to wear a mask. And if you get on the train and then take your mask off, they will throw you off the train wherever. I'm making this part up, but I'm pretty sure they have to be.
So don't take it off over the canyon when it comes to trestle.
Well, it's not that kind of canyon, right? I mean, you wouldn't want to have to hike back really from anywhere, especially if it's hot out. But my point though is that they have to be serious about that because if they don't, they will get shut down by the county.
Oh, and they'll get major fines too. So
they could get fined. Yeah. So if you're one of the people that wants to show up and then you think that the rules don't apply to you and you think you're just going to take your mask off, don't do it.
Yeah.
I don't think they will mess around. I think they will throw you off the train. That's what I would do.
The one question I got for you there, John, is I think it was in your podcast you did the interview with the guy from Niles Canyon, and they said they're doing limited runs with people.
Yep.
So if more people book, can they not just put more cars on the train, make it a longer train? Like a locomotive can't just pull 3 cars. They can pull 50 cars. So I don't understand the limited run that they're trying to advertise.
I think the answer to that question is they only have so much or so many volunteers able to staff the train.
Oh.
So they're not going to have 100 cars and one conductor, That's my guess. Now, that way they also can control how many tickets they sell. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I was just trying to figure that out. And it's like a train can pull so many more cars. Why are you limiting the runs? Because that limits their revenue, right? So
well, it does. And, I know that they need the revenue. And I know that that's part of why they're doing the runs. But they also just want to run their trains, because they usually run all summer. And by now they would be decorating the trains for what they call the Train of Lights, which is their Christmas or holiday train. They decorate it, they light it all up. It's actually really cool. I have some video of that train running a number of years ago. But that's the Train of Lights is what provides them with most of their operating capital for the year. So they can't do that this year because of they could do it, but it would have to be socially distanced, and they wouldn't have as many people on it. And their attitude about that was the Train of Lights, usually what they do is people are interacting and they have a Santa Claus that goes through and, has kids sit on the lap or whatever and all that stuff that you do on a Christmas train, hot chocolate and all that stuff. And they thought if they had to do all that stuff socially distanced, it just wouldn't be the same. And they don't want to expose their volunteers because they're all volunteers. And they don't want to expose their volunteers to the public like that because you don't know if that person on the train has COVID or not.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the volunteers are also in a high-risk age category, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, right.
So it could be a fatal, a fatal thing to get the virus, and then they lose more volunteers, and it's just, there's just not really a good way to do it.
I understand that now. Thanks for kind of clarifying that for me. Like I said, I always figured trains could pull more, so why not do more? But yeah, volunteers would be a big part of that. So
I think that's actually a good question, though. And honestly, I didn't think to ask Henry about that. I went back and talked to him the week after we did that short little clip. And the video of that is coming out. I think I mentioned it on this weekend, coming out on Saturday on the 12th here. And, you know, when we were there for 3 or 4 hours, and I didn't ask him. I mean, my attitude as someone who's been a member of the Pacific Locomotive Association for probably 10 or 12 years now is that they know what they're doing. And if that's the way they decided to do it, there's a good reason, you know. They don't just kind of make stuff up as they go along. They're pretty heady about the way they plan things, and you have to be smart.
They're getting the rules and the guidelines from the government handed down to them too. They know what they have to do. So
yeah, absolutely. The county health officer is the one in charge of all that stuff. So, and you know, those people are highly educated, highly trained experts who know what they're dealing with and they know what they're talking about. I mean, a lot of people think that, you know, it should be up for debate, and really it shouldn't, unless you are also a public health expert. You don't debate someone who is. You know,
but wait a minute. I thought that the 2 minutes of research that I did on Google qualified.
You found that YouTube video too, James?
Yeah, I did.
The one that said it's no big deal and it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's too many people talking about that on the radio too.
What is that, Drew? I didn't understand what you said.
A lot of radio shows that I listen to just in the car are based out of New Jersey, and probably each one of them is talking about how COVID is no big deal. So
yeah, well,
I don't know where that comes from.
It comes from people that are paid to give people the wrong impression, I think.
Well, that's probably true.
Did you see this comment, Dave, that Trevor is mentioning? And
I just saw it, and that makes a lot of sense too. Like Roaring Camp, that would be in a major situation there, because they got some pretty steep grades too. So yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, they also have that switchback, remember? And the switchback has a limited space on what they call the tail track. That's the track that you come up to before the switch. And they use every bit of their tail tracks on that train that we went up on. So somebody was asking me if we went out to Campo when I went to San Diego a few years ago. And the answer to the question is that we almost went to Campo. Campo is another museum. Actually, it's much like Niles Canyon from the pictures that I've seen, you know, that arrangement that Niles has with Bright Side Yard and all that. And we got there, and I could see their yard from across a field, but there was a road sign that said local traffic only. So I guess they were working on roads or something, and the person that I was with wouldn't go through the sign. So we drove an hour or whatever out of San Diego to get there, and then we had maybe a quarter of a mile to go, and he wouldn't go. And it's like, dude, we can see it from here. Why don't we just go through? We're not through traffic. We're visiting a local place. That's what that sign means. No, I'm not going. So it's like, great. What did we come here for? I don't understand that.
Common sense is different for you and me. So
yeah. If I had been driving, we would have gone. I'll just say that. And I wouldn't have cared. Pull me over. It's like, I'm just going right there. I'm not through traffic. I'm local traffic right now. And besides, they want to talk to me because I got a video camera and can get them some publicity.
There you go.
There you go.
And I'm YouTube famous, man.
Yeah. How dare you? Don't you know who I am?
Yeah.
Now, at the time, I think the channel had maybe 10,000 subscribers, maybe 8,000. It wasn't as big as it is now. I'm always really surprised at how quickly it grew over the past 2.5, 3 years.
Hey, you're at 36. That's pretty good.
Yeah, 36 and change right now.
Huh.
You know, I don't get the whole subscriber thing though. I mean, YouTube goes through and they clean out subscribers all the time. You know, inactive accounts or people that have shut down their accounts, they get rid of that stuff. But having 36,000 plus subscribers doesn't always translate into as many views as you would think it should.
Yeah.
Right. And I can't figure that part out.
And even so, YouTube kind of stopped caring about views and care more about watch time now.
Yes, that's true.
It's always been like that, though. They want your watch time up.
Yeah, they want engagement. That's what they call it. They want people watching engaged. So, yeah, they keep changing stuff all the time. That's one of the frustrating things about YouTube is it's always a moving target. Once you get into the what's the word for it? The track or whatever. Once you get into the groove that that you understand what they're doing and how you can try to work your stuff to maximize that, they change it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when not that long ago, I think it was about 2 years ago, when they changed the whole thing about live streaming. That's when our friend Tom wasn't able to take part in that On Track Tuesday thing anymore.
Oh yeah.
Look, Joey came back. He's like, "Whoa, are you guys still talking?"
Hey, come on up, Joey. You can take my spot. I gotta get to bed, man.
I've been wondering how long it was going to take you to go. I keep talking because I'm trying to see how long you'll stay.
Oh, sure.
Drew, too, for that matter.
Yeah.
Are you doing school online right now, Drew? Or
so it was going to be starting in August, but then they just pushed it back to September 15th. It's not like they've had since March to prepare or anything, so I don't know why they do that. So
yeah, right. It's not.
Yeah.
But are you going to have to go in person, or are you going to have to do it online?
So it is online,
Okay.
and I had to go to my school to pick up. So the school stuff doesn't work on this computer I have right now. It only works on the little computers that the state buys that kind of half work.
Are those Chromebooks?
Yeah. So we
Yeah.
had to go to the school to pick up that. We waited in the line for an hour and a half to get into the school.
Yeah.
And this is the world we live in. So.
Wow. Yeah. Well, it'll be whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think that by paying attention to what the real experts have to say, other countries have dealt with this problem and
So
they're
much better.
they're mostly past it. And here we are still running around. Oh, it's my right not to wear a mask. And
Yeah.
look at where we are.
A year from now, we'll still be running around in the same place.
Could be. Yeah, it could be. I mean, I guess it depends. What we're up to 190,000 or 200,000 people have died from this thing, and there's still people thinking it's not serious. I don't understand it.
The thing that I'm not looking forward to in this whole COVID thing, showstopper thing, is once it's all done, our immune systems are going to be crap.
Yeah.
We are not going to be used to anything, not even the common cold anymore. Like hand sanitizer and cleaning things and disinfecting and wearing a mask. And someone's going to go out in public when this is all done, and you're just going to drop dead of fresh air.
Yeah.
You're going to drop dead of fresh air anyway.
Shut up.
Might take a while, but you got to stop making that crap, man.
I meant the real fresh air.
Oh, okay. Well, fresh air means something else to me.
Yeah, I know it does.
Yeah.
So?
Well, or to you, I should say.
Well.
But yeah, so I don't know. I mean, one thing I will say though that's nice about it, if there's any silver lining, is that I haven't been sick, and nobody in my house has been sick since March.
True. Yeah.
Because everyone's being all careful and making sure everything's sanitized, and you're washing your hands more. Because usually, I mean, someone in my house will be sick. It's hardly ever me. I get sick maybe once a year, maybe once every couple of years. But someone else in the house will be sick almost all the time because they catch it. Everyone catches it from each other, But that's not happening. No one's even been sick all summer or ever since, whenever March 15th when we started, or March 12th or whatever, when we started sheltering in place.
And Andy Amos is asking if you can put a link up to the NMRA.
Yeah, I just saw that. I'm okay with that, Andy, if you want to. I don't have any way to approve it, though, because I don't have...
He can put it up. If I see it, I'll approve it. But
okay. Yeah,
I don't think he can even post it because he's not a mod. So
yeah, I don't have a problem with that, really. I mean, whatever. And I'm okay. I'm okay with the NMRA. I'm not 100% happy with everything that the national NMRA does, but my local NMRA, our region and our whatever you call it, the most local to me, are just great guys. Yeah, I've had a lot of people over the years talk about, or heard a lot of people over the years talk about bad experiences with NMRA members, and I don't understand why anybody would be rude to someone who's not, because all you're doing is pushing people away, right?
Yeah.
And the other thing is, if you value what the NMRA has done and has stood for, the NMRA is why all our trains work together. It's why you can take an Atlas train and run it with an Athearn locomotive, or run Athearn trains on Atlas track, or Kato track runs Atlas trains, and so forth, because of all the standards. And I think that's right. And it's also why your decoder works with Digitrax or NCE or whatever you have, except for whatever that MTH thing is.
Oh God.
Right? Because they made all the standards. So it seems to me to make sense that if you want to be involved with the NMRA, and why not, then join your local NMRA, and then you run for office and make the change that you want to see in the group, because that's how it works. Make the change, I mean, I think that's what Gordy's trying to do. He wants to bring the NMRA into the 21st century. I really should ask him to come on one of these things and do an interview with him to find out what exactly he's running for, because he wants to be the president of the NMRA.
I was going to say, John, maybe that is a live stream maybe you should do is on the NMRA, because I've gone into some of their live streams, because they've got a YouTube channel now and they've been doing that NMRA live.
Yep.
And I've gone in there a couple times and said, okay, what is the benefits to being a member? And 9 times out of 10, I get the word nothing. None. Don't do it. So
people at the NMRA channel are saying that?
Well, that'll be the viewers of the channel then, right?
Well, that's probably people being negative.
Yeah, but it's not that group itself actually coming out and telling people nowadays what are the benefits to being a member. I've been in the hobby for a while now, and I don't know the members, or I don't know the benefits of being a member. But by what I see in the chats, I don't want to be a member. So maybe if you have the ability to actually get that knowledge out to people and see why there is a benefit to it. The only benefit I actually have seen in the chat is, they have a magazine they put out quarterly.
Yeah, but that's not even, I mean, although if you did receive that magazine, you would have seen Top Secret on it. She was featured in an article. I'm not kidding.
I've seen Top Secret, so.
Yeah, she joined the NMRA a few months ago and got in the magazine like in a month or two.
Wow.
I'm like, well, what about me? I've been promoting model railroading for 15 years. I'm just kidding. I really don't care about being in the magazine, but I thought it was pretty cool because they did a magazine thing. Oh, look at this!
Oh, wow.
Look at the guy.
Gonna be president now, man.
There you go. Andy's paying for political ads now. Look at this. Yeah. We need to have Gordy come on here and say, "I'm Gordy, and I approve this message." I can't do the accent,
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
No, if you get an opportunity to get somebody on from them, that would be pretty cool then to actually get the message out there to what it is. So.
Well, it's going on 11:30 for me, so thank you for letting me jump in here, but I'm going to have to go to bed.
You're welcome, dude. Thanks for popping on. I appreciate it.
I've been on for an hour now. How about that?
Yeah.
Cool, I'll see you. Thank you.
Keep doing
Drew, just one more question. One more question before you go, bud. What is the future of your channel?
Oh, you never did answer that.
Oh, well, I definitely want to keep doing interviews, and I want to keep doing some, I don't want to say how to, because it's not really cut to the chase, but just talk about projects I did and how I did them. So we'll see how it goes.
That was short. Okay, I'll let you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm tired too.
Me too, bud. But
maybe if I feel like it tomorrow, I'll leave a comment and it'll be a nice paragraph. But
mine will be one word: go away.
You know, I saw what Dave was doing as soon as he asked you that question.
Okay, well now it's really 11:30, so I'm gonna go.
There you go. Have a good one, bud.
11:24. I got a clock right on my thing here. It's 11:24.
Come on.
Good night, Drew.
See you Friday, Dave.
See ya. 4 minutes of delay.
He went away for real. Look.
Oh, he's gone. Wow.
He's gone.
He found the red X.
I thought for a second there he might have been from Minnesota or something with as long as that goodbye was going.
Andy says Gordy would love to do an interview. So it's the middle of the night. He's probably asleep right now. Hey, Alvin is calling me on my cell phone. Should I answer this?
He's probably working.
Yeah, he is. Let's see what he says to say. Let me put on the speaker. Hello?
What's going on, man?
We're still on the damn call, dude.
No way. It's been like 4 hours.
I know. It's been 3 hours and 54 minutes.
Who's all there? Do I know anyone?
Well, Dave is still here. I got James Regier on, and a bunch of people are still on the chat. And there's still a bunch
Can they hear me?
They can. No, they can't hear you. I'm going to hang up if you start cussing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I won't do that, sir.
Yeah, you already flipped off everybody earlier.
Oh, I gotta yell at this guy. Hold on. I gotta yell at this guy. I'm being truck driver. Let me call you back.
Yeah. You never know what's going to happen on a live stream.
No doubt. I was waiting for that to come out, eh?
Yeah, great.
I'm just glad he didn't start cussing because I would have had to hang up on him.
Oh, but James, you're gonna have to take over my part of the show, bud, because I gotta get to work. So,
well, hold on a second, though, Dave. I want to ask you, what's the future of your channel?
there is no future tonight.
You are so out of it, man.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that our test was successful, and I'm actually going to sign off too because you know I think 4 hours. I've got 5. Oh, Alvin's calling in. I got 5 minutes left until it's 4 hours. I'm going to answer this phone real quick with Alvin. So hang tight for just 1 second here. Let's see what he has to say. You still there?
I'm still there.
What's up, dude?
Dude, I'm just out here working.
Did you yell at the guy in your truck?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I did. I said, hey, we're working over there. And he said, oh, I lived before that. And I said, okay, cool.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm about to sign off on the live thing, so I'm going to go. But thanks for checking in on it earlier, though.
Tell them guys hello.
Oh, they heard you.
And I like James Regier's his stuff with the LEDs and that little, I don't know what that is, a tire thing.
The Trackmobile, yeah.
Yeah, it's called a Trackmobile.
Yeah, that one. So sweet.
Pay attention, man.
All right, man. Well, okay. I'll talk to you tomorrow probably or some other time.
I'm free all night. You can call me. I'm very busy, but I'm not.
Yeah, these guys are going to be awake all night too because they won't hang up on the live stream. You should see how tired Dave looks right now.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man, it's like 2 hours, isn't it? Difference over there?
It's 3 hours difference. It's like 11:30 for him.
Oh, it's 2 hours for me. That's right.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
All right.
Man, what a trooper.
Yeah. We'll talk to you later.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Bye. So what I was saying before, Dave, is it looks like our test was a success. Your stream,
That's why I was here.
Yeah, your stream has been pretty solid the whole time. I think I did notice maybe a couple of times where it looked like it might be getting just a tiny bit grainy. So, but otherwise, I mean, it's been solid, dude. So you're good. I think you'll have a good stream tomorrow. So that's another thing, people. Make sure that you check Dave's live stream tomorrow at 4 Eastern. Sparky 107. He does a live stream every week. It's not as fun as this one because he doesn't let people call in.
No.
Yeah, but it's okay.
You might have to host it tomorrow.
I'll be asleep tomorrow because I can do that.
Yeah. All right, so, I know where the red X is, so I'm going to say goodnight to everybody in the chat. Thanks for hanging out.
Good night, Dave.
That was a great night. James, thanks for popping in.
Yeah.
John, don't call me again.
Good night, Dave. Yep, see ya. I want to take. Yeah, see you later, Dave. I want to take a second to thank everybody who called in tonight, including you, James, because you did call in.
Yeah,
Appreciate that. It's been nice hanging out. I don't think we've had a chance to do this in a while. Last time we talked was probably a couple months ago, I think.
I guess so, at least, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward, though, to that live thing that we're going to do in a couple weeks. That should be a lot of fun. So everybody, you can see James on here again in a couple of weeks. We're going to do the TSG Live Crew Lounge. That's going to have, I think it's 5 people on a chat like this, plus me probably trying to moderate somehow. And that should be a lot of fun. It's going to be all about what you've been doing during the pandemic, or how the pandemic has affected your modeling, or that kind of thing. Should be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what you have to say about it, James, because I know that I've seen your stuff on Facebook. So, and I also want to thank all of our moderators. I know that a bunch of the moderators that we have been on this, on the live chat all night. Definitely appreciate that. And yeah, that's it. We just went over 4 hours. I'm going to let this run for about 20 seconds. And do you have anything else you want to say before we go, James?
Nope, don't have anything to say at all. It's been fun, and I guess we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Cool. Thank you so much.
All right.
And here we go. I'm just going to turn on my clouds again, and then we're going to get out of here.
All right.
Where are my clouds? Thanks, James. Take care, man. And here we go. Good night, everybody. I guess it would help if I push play in QuickTime. Yeah, I'm definitely tired. Here we go. Oh, I'm not able to. Here we go. Good night.